I feel like with my shirt unbuttoned this far and my hair gel still having not been dried and styled properly, that I look like I'm in a bathhouse or something. Does anyone know what I mean? Do you kind of see what I mean? Do you know what I've got going on here kind of? No? Okay. How hard is it to be on time? That was pretty close, man. That was pretty close. Gay undercover cop look. Thank you. Cover up, you slut. How's everyone doing, folks? How y'all doing? Oh man. As always, you guys know the drill. I slept poorly. Wow, 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 wow. Um, what a miracle. You know how it is. Fuck, what was I going to say? Has anyone played a game called Death's Door? I'm playing it, I'm enjoying it. I feel like I feel like if you're making a game these days, you really have to like you have to be able to you have to be able to like justify that game with like a unique mechanical selling point. Because I feel like I've played other games that play exactly like Death's Door, even though I like Death's Door. You know, I feel like we're past the age where like Doom 1 came out and then Doom 2 came out the next year and it was the same game. I don't know. See, I recently played this game called Tears of the Kingdom, which is actually just a long-delayed expansion pack to a popular game called Breath of the Wild. Thanks, Saka. Vosh, I'm depressed. Please say something funny. We're working up to it. We're working up to it. Jesus, Jesus. I found Death's Door to be repetitive. I'm enjoying it. It's just, you know. No, I have not, Bavlato. Brianna Joy Gray with the hot take that you don't have to vote for Biden. Yeah, guys, we're gonna go through the exact same, like, it's not even Bernie or Buster this time, right? At this point, it's just like, no. Like, that's the argument, right? It's like, no. We're gonna deal with the exact same shit this time we did before. I gave my take on this on Twitter in response to Brianna Joy Gray. I'm right. Did you like Tunic? Tunic was great, yes. Didn't Polly or someone get ratioed for this? Well, to be fair, Brianna Joy Gray has 1,400 replies there, so she definitely is too. We are definitely going to see a bunch of like, there's going to be like a bunch of like white MLs saying that it's you're a SOCDEM if you don't want Trump to win. There are going to be there's not a bunch of, there's going to be like 3 or 4 black leftists who argue that it's like white privilege to think it's okay to vote for Joe Biden because he signed in the crime bill back in like the 90s or whatever. Like, we're going to get the exact same set of things happening. It's going to be the exact same fucking thing. Um, a vote for Trump is a vote for prison abolition. True. A vote for Trump is a vote for Cornell or bust. We're going to see people doing this for RFK as well. Oh shit, Tequila Sunset. You just made a fucking segment happen. Holy shit. Vosh, did you see clips of FT Signifier on Hassan's stream yesterday? He was talking about you as he who must not be named. Seriously? This fucking libcuck who larps as some kind of like progressive racial advocate leftist was doing the Harry Potter bit with me. God, these people are such fucking pussies. Even Hassan, who is hesitant to dirty his pristine Hollywood celebrity hands with mentions of my name, won't do that with me. That's fucking pathetic, man. Won't even say, yeah. Oh my god, dude. It's so fucking funny. Well, whatever. Just to be clear, I'm quoting him. No, no, no. I believe you. I believe you. Just to be clear, I'm not quoting him. Jake Simstar, quick question. Are you retarded? These are the two messages that you just put in succession, okay? Vosh, just to be clear, I'm quoting him. Okay, wow. Yeah, I agree. He did say that. Follow-up message. Vosh, just to be clear, I'm not quoting him. And you misspelled quoting in both of those messages in the same way. To be fair, he watches you. Yeah, I guess that's not really his fault. It's kind of my fault then. Hold on, Tequila Sunset just bought a segment. You know, like segments on this. Okay, it's like, you know how some people, it's like you donate enough money and like you get to have your name written on the boyfriend chart for a minute, okay? All right, in this case, if you give me a good enough thing to attack, you get your name written on the thank you for the segment chart. Okay, folks. So there's this guy called Michael Bailey. All right, so here's a lot of stuff I did know. We get to follow it up with stuff I only just learned. Very funny stuff. So you guys remember how a couple of years ago there was an article that coined the term rapid onset gender dysphoria. The term was coined because researchers, and I use that word very loosely, interviewed a bunch of parents they found from anti-trans websites, specifically for parents of trans children, and then asked them, hey, what's the deal with all this trans stuff, huh? And the parents were like, yeah, it's the Jews. And then the researchers were like, yep, cultural Marxism, rapid onset, yep, and published, peer-reviewed, out the door, let's go. And that's where we got the term rapid onset gender dysphoria. I'm not kidding. That was actually the methodology of the study. They deliberate. So I want you to imagine like any sociological research in which the first step is to deliberately seek out the population with the answer that you're looking for, ask them, and then write down their answers, and then coin a new medical term to describe what they're describing. Insane. Well, I believe eventually there were like retractions and apologies made with that paper because, it was flaming dog shit. But hey, you know what? If it worked once, why not do it again? They ask you, if rapid onset gender dysphoria study 1 was so good, why isn't there a study 2? Retracted article. Rapid onset gender dysphoria. Parent reports in 1,655 possible cases. Now, I know what you're wondering. What was the methodology this time? They went to a website called Parents of Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoric Children and asked them for their opinions on the subject of rapid onset gender dysphoria. I'm not kidding. I'll look it up. Here. Retracted article, rapid onset, Susanna, author's name right there. Here we go. Let's see. Increasingly, one influential, if controversial, explanation is the increase reflects a socially contagious syndrome, rapid onset gender dysphoria. We report results from a survey of parents who contacted the website parents of rapid onset gender dysphoric kids.com because they believed their adolescent and young adult children had rapid onset gender dysphoria. Yeah, it's the same thing. They did the same thing, except this time they could target parents who followed the literal name of the made-up syndrome they were looking for because they had already gone over this in the first fake study. Right. Okay, so retracted article, what does that mean? So this was not retracted for being junk science, even though it is in fact junk science. A lot of people hold the scientific process in high regard, and I will say that I hold the abstract scientific process in high regard. Unfortunately, in reality, it's kind of true that you can get basically whatever you want published. Sorry. Yeah. We have huge problems with peer review. Nobody cares to replicate studies. Different journals have incredibly lax standards for like publication, meaning that if you want to go to like a junk self-published journal, you can get anything through. Obviously, if you're publishing to like, say, a really reputable journal like Nature or Science, then you're probably fine. So those journals are top notch, but even there, they have problems sometimes. Anyway, yeah, junk science. But this was not retracted for being junk science. It was retracted because they failed to follow medical ethics or research ethics. Apparently, they failed to receive written permission from the participants to be researched and have the results published. Look, the publisher and editor-in-chief retracted this article due to non-compliance with our editorial policies around consent. The participants of the survey have not provided written informed consent to participate in scholarly research or to have their responses published in a peer-reviewed article. Additionally, they have not provided consent to publish to have their data included in the article. Now, of course, so to be clear, having an article retracted because you failed to get consent to publish like the works, the words of the people you researched, this is like below ground level, right? This is like tripping over an underground pipe. All right, this is insane. The degree of incompetence from a research perspective to trip over this hurdle is like unbelievable. Like this is it's insane. You know what I mean? Genuinely, you should never be able to publish again if you make this mistake. It is so beyond the pale. Now, obviously, because the people who are making these studies are like crackpot anti-trans advocates rather than actual researchers, when they published their retraction on Twitter, Michael Bailey is treating this like it's a cover up. The deep state's coming for them, you know, like they're being repressed, they're being politically targeted, you know, all that crap. See, look, they're publishing Anatomy of a Scientific Scandal. They're basically saying like we are being targeted for our right-wing beliefs, except they don't say right-wing because this person isn't right-wing. They want to open the Overton window. You guys know this kind of person, right? Like, you know what's going on here, right? We get this. We understand. So this is funny on every level, right? Like, this couldn't get funnier. Like, this is already such an incredible demonstration of the bias and incompetence on display, in this field with these specific people. Would it be even funnier if I told you this Michael Bailey guy, this isn't the first time he's had problems with consent. Tequila Sunset, hello. Tequila Sunset, my good friend, my chatter, my VGGer. What's up? Wait, this isn't right. This is the link. The exact... I can't read this. I said we get clip chimps. The exaggerated harmfulness of child-adult sex, which I'm not at all advocating. New clip drop? Yeah, I mean... What a disclaimer. Yeah, I know, right? Why is it always? Well, it's like I always say. Hold on. So wait, there are two images linked here. Tequila Sunset. This is the one. What is this second one? This can't refer to the same person, right? Oh, this is the Sandusky person. Oh, okay. So Michael Bailey is saying false conviction of Sandusky. And Sandusky was a giga rapist, right? Convicted serial child molester, retired college football coach. Sandusky served as an assistant coach for his entire career, mostly at Penn State. Yeah, okay, super rapist, right? A powerful, high-level rapist. Yeah, okay. He was so much of a rapist, they had to invent rape, too. Yeah, they had to come up with new legal charges. Sandusky was a Penn State football coach who abused tons of kids under Paterno. There's no ambiguity. Yeah, I've heard the term I've heard the name Sandusky before. Arrested and charged with 52 counts of sexual abuse. Okay, well, that's crazy. The final boss of rape. Not that Tequila Sunset, my good friend, my good VGG, would ever lie to me, but I'm just going to really quickly do some due diligence and make sure that this tweet is real. Because it's so convenient to me that it's here. It was probably deleted, even if it is real, though. Oh, Tequila Sunset, you're not the only person posting this. Here it is, I checked. Tequila Sunset, you beautiful bastard. Thank you so much. And there it is. All right. Bring the stamp down. He didn't even delete it. It's fucking real. No ambiguity. We're here. Curse stamp. We're here. Exonerated. Lefty info. Transphobes are always pedophiles. Everyone we don't like is a pedophile, Puerto Rican musician. And it's not a joke. Yeah, so that's the true, honest God, full story right there. Junk scientists whose only desire in life, especially in the case of Michael here, is to rape children. That's what he wants to do with his life, rape children. That's probably what he majored in, to be honest with you. Also hates trans people, because everyone who hates trans people is a pedophile. And their article got retracted because they failed to follow ethical guidelines regarding consent. And, you know, it's not the first time for Michael. That's where his major comes in, right? Vosh, would you love us if we were worms? You are worms, and I do love you. PhD in pedophilia? Yeah, it even starts with the same letter. What are the tweets above? Seems like it was just a lead-in. Wow, nothing even, like, prompted him to say this. Oh, phenomenal. This is a thread on transphobia. This isn't even incidental. The top thread here is on accusing trans women of having autogynephilia. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Michael Bailey wants to rape kids. Literally, like, incredible. Truly. It wasn't even prompted. Fourth wave now. A large blue checkmark anti-trans Twitter account was like, hey, so in addition to being transphobic, how do you feel about pedophilia? And Michael Bailey was like, I love that shit. Give me more of that shit. How do you feel about pedophilia? That's what I'm about, said Michael Bailey. Please tell me Michael Bailey doesn't have any children. Do you think he wants to rape dogs, too? Maybe that's why he has dogs, and he's reading them a kid's book rather than, like, actual kids. Like, the state took them away? Very possibly a dog raper. Well, you know what? Hey, folks. Folks. All right? How many people do we have watching right now? Michael Bailey, scientifically proved that being trans is fake and bad and Jewish. With a survey of 1,600 people for whom he did not contain consent to publish. We have 5,000 people watching right now. Everyone raise your hand if you believe, in your opinion, that Michael Bailey raped those dogs and wants to rape kids. Scientifically, we're surveying people's opinions. Obviously, like, you're giving consent to publish by giving your take on this. Here, in fact, wait, hold on, really quick. Create poll. We need to bring YouTube chat in on this really quick. Survey Monkey, hold on. Hold on! We're going to do some real research here, okay? It's literally the only way to know for sure. And by the way, we're using Michael Bailey's preferred research methods. With the exception, of course, that we will actually follow ethical guidelines. I have to create a fucking account on SurveyMonkey. Hold on. Verify email. This is like an unimpeachable process. Excellent. Hold on. First, let's verify your email. What do you mean, let's verify? Wait. Oh, I gotta enter this? Editors, cut this part out. I'm too committed to the bit now to quit. We're sorry something went wrong. This isn't difficult. How do you create poll? Straw poll. Why am I doing Survey Monkey? Straw poll. Title. Is Michael Bailey a pedophile in your opinion? Yes. Or the wrong answer. No. Create poll. It's time. All right, chat, get in there. We're doing real research today. YouTube chat, it's going to you. We're doing real research today, okay? I have a bachelor's in sociology, and today we're going to prove it. Remember, by answering this, you consent to have all of your answers, all one of them, published. All of this follows strict editorial guidelines. Let me just cast my own vote. Folks, it's climbing. 1,300 votes. We've almost beat 1,600. We're almost there. Research is happening like it's never happened before. We're almost at 1,600. This is real research. It's true. This is what the founding fathers lived and died for. Almost there. We're so close. Yes! There we go, folks. Following through on, and in accordance with the principles of ethical research, we have confirmed that there are serious, hold on. Let me find the thing real quick. Give me the article. Give me the article. There we go. Over the past decade, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of adolescents and young adults in Michael Bailey's neighborhood who have been raped. One influential, if controversial, explanation is that the increase reflects a socially detestable syndrome. Michael Bailey is a pedophile disorder. We report results from a survey of VGGers who went to the website pollmaker.com because they believed Then Michael Bailey was in fact a pedophile. Um, thank fuck I'm American and not British, huh? We have more than enough evidence to convict. We have more than enough academic rigor to publish. I think this could be my first paper. Yeah, proud to be an American. Never been more proud. Well done, folks. Continue the bit, pay, publish. All right, folks, I think we've done something really good and positive here today. And because you all gave consent to have the work and research published by participating in the poll, that does mean that we would actually hold it to a higher ethical standard than the than the paper he made. Truly based and unbiased. Oh, there's no bias here. I did exactly what they did, okay? I solicited the attention of people from a website with a particular set of views, and I asked them their opinion on a specific question. I'll keep that in my back pocket right there. Thank you. We're scientists, folks. Oh, congratulations on everyone who participated. You're now a research participant. Well done. Excuse me. I tried to, Paul. I apologize, Dake Simstar, for being rude. Do I get college credit for this, Fosh? I wouldn't mention it to your professor. Look, in this respect, I am like Michael Bailey, okay? Because both of us are saying, don't tell your teacher about this. I'm sorry. All right. All right. Okay. we need to move on. I gotta keep it. Fuck. All right. Absolutely, Luna. Okay, I got it. Let me finish the coffee before it gets too cold. Okay, sorry. That was more coffee than I thought. I thought I'd be taking like one last swig of it, but it was actually like a decent amount. The 1 cup of coffee is actually 2 cups of coffee. Remember how I used to have 2 cups of coffee? Now we just put 2 more distilled cups of coffee into 1 cup. So it's 1 cup, but it's 2 servings of coffee. Also like the stream. Excuse me. Do you know salt makes coffee less bitter? I have enough salt, I think. I don't need more salt. I'm good on salt, I think. Happy birthday, Reckon they them? Hell yeah. Yeah, man, you need lots more. All right, well, you know. Oh, speaking of making fun of transphobes, and I know that normally I wouldn't, like, go out of my way to make a point of this, but, I can't believe this photo is real. And I know what you might be thinking is it real? And the answer is yes. That's, Graham Linehan, or Graham Linehan, or however the fuck. Look at him. I don't know what's going on. I'm like an Innsmouth or something. It's pretty wild. Glinner, yeah, Glinner. Why is his head so big? I don't know! He had too big for his goddamn feet. Fucking around with the character sliders, true. That has to be a I just it's just insane that he would post this, you know? Man. That sounds delicious, Esbjorn. I literally don't believe you. He posted that. It has nearly 2 million views, you know? It's people are it's not good, folks. It's not good. I wonder if it's like an actual like condition or something. Are there conditions that can give you a big head? There has to be like some kind of something. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Is this Funko Pop guy a transphobe? Yeah, he's like yeah, he's one of the big ones. He basically lost everything. He was a British comedy writer who was actually held in high esteem, and then he lost everything: his career, his wife, his children, because he got so obsessively transphobic that like posting about how trans women are ugly and men actually like it's all he does anymore, and it's all he did, and his life is basically over. It's pretty sad. True, Posadas John. He edited it down. This is the secret uncut version. This honestly doesn't look that different is the crazy thing. Like obviously it's photoshopped, but it really doesn't look that different from the real photo. Was he actually funny back then? I've never seen anything that he wrote, but I think if I remember, he was held in high regard. He was a respected comedy writer. So yeah, I don't think he was like a conservative comedy writer. I think he was like yeah, he was considered good, I think. He wrote Father Ted. I don't know what that is, but I've heard people. The IT crowd. That's it. That's it. Yeah, IT crowd. A lot of people know that one. A lot of people know that one. IT crowd was good. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but you know. What TDS does to your brain? Literally. Being transphobic makes you ugly. There's science that goes into this, you know. He's enormous and he blames the people he obsessively hates for driving his family away. Vosh, he's Spider-Verse's Kingpin. Just Glenner having a fucking giant fight with a trans woman as he tries to like fucking put his shoe that his wife left after the divorce into the fucking super collider. Okay, hold on. We've got a big debate to review, folks, but before we do that, I want to look at all the stuff that isn't a gigantic debate to review. You know, we have to proportionally sort this all over. Hold on, I got these DMs. What were these? Do. Okay, I'll respond to that soon. Okay. No, do the debate first. The debate's gonna take a while, man. Hold on. I'm hyped for the Ethan debate bro arc. Yeah, Ethan's been doing good lately, huh? I heard he did good here too, which is one of the reasons I wanna give it a look, you know? I wanna take a little peep. Let me make sure that we have this and this and that and that and this and that and this. Do. Indiana Jones, National Survey. Nice. 3 topics, then the debate. Oh my god, look at how efficient we're being. It's almost like I know for a fact that I'm going to have some planned time away from stream a little bit next week, and I'm trying to compensate for that by giving my editor stuff to work with. Okay. Listen, okay? Don't cry because it happens. Smile because it's right now. All right. Hold on. I watched Hassan's review of the debate, and like a quarter of it was just him whining about how much he hates debates. It is, man, it's kind of funny how like one of the biggest pieces of damage that Destiny has done to the broader political ecosystem is giving Hassan the fucking night terrors of debates. Do you think there's an alternate universe where things didn't shake out the way they did, and Hassan understands that debate is like a valuable and important part of online advocacy, and he doesn't shrink away from the topic, you know, because he's permanently like insecure and worried that fucking DGG is going to make fun of him or something, as though that wouldn't happen no matter what he did. That's the solution, by the way, okay? It's, if like, DGG hates Hassan as much as they hate me, or at least in roughly the same ballpark, they'll make fun of you for eating a sandwich, right? Like, it's not, you can't, but I don't know if he knows that, because it bothers him. Like, this is the guy who contacted me to ask me to tell my fans to not give him shit over his fucking Ukraine takes. Like, you have to, listen, if I can continue to do what I do, in spite of the negative attention that I get, which is way proportionally higher than the negative attention Hassan gets, all right, then he needs to learn to fucking get over his debate shit. Did Hassan really do that bad against Destiny? It's not, I don't think it's like an against Destiny thing. I think it's more of a, like, the watchful eye, the specter of DGG, like it weighs on his mind or something like that. I don't really know. I mean, in a direct debate between Destiny and Hassan, like, obviously Destiny is a way, 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 way better debater. But that's going to be the case with most people. If you feel bad about that, I think the best solution is just to, like, get better at debate, right? You know, like, obviously Destiny's pretty good at it. That's like the main thing that he's known for. I don't think you should set your standards to that, and then, like, any negative engagement with the whole format prompts insecurity. That's, Is he better than you, though? Come on! No, Hassan's not better at debate than me. Jesus, Fortnite, come on. Going to make me defend myself like that. No, no. That's not a gauche moment or anything. Obviously not. No, we're moving on. Stop. I thought they meant Destiny. Oh, yeah, obviously I'm better than him, teehee. Okay, moving on. Clearly. Gauche teehee. Okay, stop. I'm so fucking sleep deprived, dude. Holy shit. I'm so fucking tired. Okay. You know how you know how difficult it is to be a conservative? It's so hard, okay? Because you can just be living your life. You can just be having a good day. You can just be doing whatever. You can be chilling. You can be at the movie theater, you know, whatever. And you learn something devastating. Now, imagine you're a conservative and you learn that the character Indiana Jones thinks it's okay to punch Nazis. I know, right? It's out of hat. You're a conservative. It's like, what? But that's exactly what happened to many conservatives just the other day. I clicked the video. Why didn't that play?
In terms of real life resonance, Indiana Jones has taken on this elevated symbolic significance in recent years because we've actually seen, bizarrely, proliferation of actual real life Nazis parading around, and some of them are getting punched. So what I want to know is, would the ultimate Nazi puncher, Indiana Jones, would he support these people doing the punching?
He'd push them out of the way to get in the first punch. As well he should.
Yeah.
That was a black and white world, and this evil presented itself to the world. I mean, it's incalculable that this vision of evil not be confronted.
In terms of real.
So, yeah, as you can imagine, that was pretty rough for conservatives. Believe it or not, this is actually discourse. Are you going to see the new Indiana Jones movie, by the way? No. That shit looks garbage. There are 3 Indiana Jones movies. I don't care. Also, Harrison Ford clearly doesn't care either, you know? I don't care. No, believe it or not, this is discourse. The funniest thing that I saw, right, it's stuff like this. It's a lot of conservatives. First of all, I like the everyone I don't like is Hitler post here, because they're not even calling anyone specific Nazis. They're just saying Nazis do exist today. So I guess the implication is this Malvenue person thinks there are literally no Nazis in existence today. But the conservatives, you know, that I saw that were getting like super angry over this were basically saying, well, the problem is like no one knows what a Nazi is anymore. So like, you know, it's like people are just getting punched for being white, which people saying that are Nazis. People saying that are Nazis, or they're so stupid that they're holding water for Nazis, at which point, like in a political sense, they're pretty indistinguishable for the purposes of this argument. What a lot of people don't seem to understand is that, like, if you went back in time 80 years or whatever, the average Nazi, so by Nazi, we don't all mean SS members. It's like Wehrmacht or whatever, or like just people in the party or whatever. Like, what do they think that these Nazis talked about day to day? Like, a lot of people seem to think that there's some kind of, like, meaningful distinction between being a Nazi back then and holding the same ideological positions as a Nazi now. Which, like, why? In what other context is that the way we think of things, right? Like, if somebody said, like, you know, oh, yeah, I'm a New Deal Democrat or whatever, today it's like, well, you can't be a New Deal Democrat. The New Deal was 80 years ago, idiot. Like, well, no, you're talking about the ideology. You go, like, if you look at the shit the Nazis talked about back then, they weren't just like writing out Mein Kampf and Sieg Heiling all the time. The political arguments they made were the same the political arguments conservatives today make. Xenophobia, the fear of immigration, a belief that degeneracy within the nation was tearing apart like Western civilization. It's the same thing. So I think a lot, because being incapable of interpreting and processing media is like the main thing that defines conservatives politically when it comes to their relationship to, say, Indiana Jones or anything that isn't just straight up told to their face directly. The idea that any conservative could watch Indiana Jones and think that that was like fine and on their side until Harrison Ford specifically has to say, yeah, he wouldn't just have punched Nazis then, he would punch Nazis even if they lived in the modern world. It betrays such an unbelievable ignorance of the source material and the intentions. Yeah, I don't know. No, he didn't even call conservatives Nazis. He just said punching Nazis today, right? It's like when cons thought Squid Game was about communism. Well, nowadays, conservatives genuinely get really defensive whenever Nazis are the enemies in media. Remember the Wolfenstein games? I remember Wolfenstein, they marketed like Make America Nazi Free Again or something, like from 2016 onwards, ever since Trump's presidency. And there were legitimately like waves of conservative backlash to these movies. And they did the exact same thing then, too, where they were like, I'm really offended by this game where the enemy are Nazis. I'm not a Nazi, but like, you know, like when they say Nazis, what they mean is like all conservatives. Not projecting, not projecting, not projecting, not projecting. You know, like, yeah, I'm not like defending Nazis. It's just when they attack Nazis, they're attacking me. But I'm like, I'm not a Nazi, you know, like, but like I'm in a group of people they're attacking. Nazi, well, no, like, but they think that we're Nazi. Like, literally, though. Scroll down, there's literally someone who believes there's no Nazis in America. Okay, when people say that, I think they know they're lying, though. Because they have no problem saying there are communists in America, even though, like, we're not in the Soviet Union or Mao's China. They have no issue with that. And there are Nazi parties all around the world. I think they know they're lying. It's not a position that you can actually hold. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can actually hold that position. Like, if you're capable of putting your pants on and tying your shoelaces, I don't think you can believe there are no Nazis in America. I think that has to be a lie. These people think to be a Nazi you have to wear an SS outfit. More than that, I like literally I've literally seen people like there were a couple of times where there was some minor news chatter about guys who during Halloween would wear Germany like SS outfits and then go to bars and heckle or harass gay or Jewish people or whatever. And I still saw people saying like, "Oh, it's all a bit of good fun." You know? We have to understand that being cowardly is just a part of Nazism. They're just a naturally cowardly people. They're weak. They can't defend their positions because they know they're morally abhorrent, so they have to play this constant rhetorical dance where, like, they'll agree with everything they can get away with, they'll disavow whatever they can't get away with, and they'll, like, play plausible deniability on every level of exposure they either willingly or unwillingly get put through. And there's a lot of stuff that we tell ourselves to. I mean, this shit has, like, layers, right? Like, sure, there are probably not that many actual, like, people who believe in Nazism, Nazis in America, but there are tons of people who hold the same basic positions on major political issues. And then there are people who don't, but do, like, nonstop Nazi apologia that we've just normalized in mainstream media. The clean Wehrmacht myth is a big one of those. The idea that, like, the SS and Hitler and so on were bad, but the Wehrmacht, the German army, was just, like, a bunch of recruits doing their best in a bad situation, which is historically, provably not true. The Wehrmacht was complicit in the Holocaust in many areas. Their invasion into Poland had them take a supervisory role over the Jewish ghettos, the rounding up and loading onto trains of, you know, the idea that the Wehrmacht were just doing soldier stuff, just absolutely not true. And the obsessive belief that the Nazis had, like, super mega secret ultra tech or whatever, like they were more technologically advanced than like the United States or wherever else, which is again just like not true. There were a couple of techs they got. There were a couple of techs we got. The whole myth of that, like, eating carrots makes your night vision better was because we wanted to give an explanation for how we were all of a sudden so super duper good at seeing in the dark, and it was because we had invented radar. We wanted, so like we were thinking like, well, the British were thinking, because they were the ones who did the propaganda campaign, well, we don't want the Germans figuring out that we've used sound, that we've mastered sound to find out where their fucking planes are. So instead, we're gonna say some bullshit about like carrots and see where that goes. I don't know if that myth ever actually worked or whatever, but to this day, a bunch of people think carrots improve your night vision, which, I mean, your body gets better if you eat vegetables generally, but that's just like a vitamin deficiency thing. It doesn't that doesn't work. It's not a real thing. You know, like the Germans had the V2 rocket, we made nukes, but like people think, oh, you know, the Nazis had like super secret ultra super duper mega tech, which they didn't. Just radars, EM waves. Sorry, not sound, EM waves. Yeah, sorry. It's bouncing. Yes. It's not literally sound, sorry. I was thinking of sonar. It's still cool, though. Also, if you eat too much carrot for an extended period of time, your skin literally turns orange. Okay. Look, the only thing that I'm getting at here is just, I think that a lot of conservatives, leaving aside the conservatives who are, like, really defensive about the whole Nazi thing in a way that really implicates their politics, I think a lot of conservatives are really insecure over the idea that far-right people exist because they're politically illiterate and don't really understand where their politics come from or what they lead to, you know? I think that most leftists, even like Bernie Sanders type leftists, like social democrats with a progressive twist, right? Like even those types, I think they understand, maybe not perfectly, but they understand the concept of like far left radicalization going in directions that aren't necessarily good. I think it's pretty easy for your average like social democrat or Bernie-crat or whatever to imagine like the guy who suddenly thinks the Soviets did no wrong. And for that reason, I think they're capable of a degree of self-moderation. The conservative, however, is currently being groomed into modern-day fascism, and for that reason, they have to be ignorant of what the process of that grooming looks like. The conservative cannot understand how close they are to those positions, or that they're already there. Because if they did understand, if they did have an idea of what it looks like to be further right, far enough right, that even they would denounce them, then they would go very suddenly like, oh my God, what the fuck? And they would move away from that, So we're going to see stuff like this continue to happen. Wasn't service in the Wehrmacht compulsory, though? Listen, it was Nazi Germany. A lot of stuff was compulsory. But also, like, playing to the ethics of Wehrmacht participation, okay? We have plenty of historical evidence that the Wehrmacht did lots of stuff they didn't have to. There were high generals, like, in the Wehrmacht, right? It wasn't like every single recruit was being directed by the SS. They did a lot of bad stuff. A lot of bad. Not good. And they were high on meth. That is true. Nice. Get that. Do you think the German army was as culpable as SS members in the Holocaust? See, questions like this make me wonder, right? There's no way ethically to answer a question like that. We're like, with this group of millions of people and this group of thousands of people equal, they both did the Holocaust. Like, I'm not keeping an abacus on the exact proportion here. The SS would not have been capable of carrying out the Holocaust without the Wehrmacht. The SS were ideological officers. There weren't enough of them to carry out the Holocaust. The Wehrmacht was a necessary part of that process. And leading in with my hot political take that the Holocaust was bad, I think that makes both of those groups bad. For that and some other reasons. Did a lot of bad stuff, as it turns out. We're already looking at that Dino Smash. You guys know about the Reddit blackout, right? You probably heard. I mean, I put a video out on my main channel. Reddit is looking to massively increase the cost of its API usage, which would basically make third-party programs associated with Reddit impossibly expensive to maintain. The price they're charging for API access is like ridiculously large, to the point where a lot of popular third-party programs would have to pay literal millions in the long run to like run it, like insane, like ridiculous, right? And this is being done because Reddit want money. They want the moolah. They want the big bucks. They want they want the big, they want lots of money. That's what they want. They want lots of money. And hey, you know what? I want lots of money. That's great. Lots of money. I could buy so many Pop-Tarts. I understand. Doesn't mean I condone this behavior, though. So, interesting stuff has happened. For those of you who don't know, because the only thing you know about Reddit is jokes about Reddit, Reddit is a highly federated social media website where administrators have relatively low influence, and thousands of subreddits are essentially miniature forums that are completely controlled by volunteer moderators who are not paid or, in any way directly affiliated with Reddit, like the company. This is basically how the old internet worked. It's just all been consolidated under a single banner, Reddit, The internet used to be made up of thousands and thousands of tiny niche miniature forums that were owned and operated by either one person or a small team of people, usually friends of the one person who put the money forward to begin with, and it was on a specific topic, and there was a unique and vibrant internet subculture that was associated with like all of these weird little niches that you could go to. If you want like a modern and very well-paced and written take on how that looked and how that felt, there is the game Hypnospace Outlaw. You can look at Hypnospace Outlaw. Also, guys, what is that really cute game where you're like a trans girl in the 1990s and you're using like AIM chat to meet with friends and talk about your identity? What's that? It's called something heaven, right? Something heaven is what it's called. Craven Manor? No, it's Secret Little Heaven. That's what it's called. Yeah, that one's considered a good game. I just don't think a lot of people understand how the internet used to work. Nowadays, we all go to like 5 websites, but it used to be you would have a ton of websites that you would go to because, oh yeah, here we go. Hypnospace Outlaw, Zane Rocks, hell yeah. Any Zaners in chat? Who agrees? I agree. I miss the old internet. There are better things from the past. There are better things about right now. It's complicated, and we can't return to the past. We can make the future better. So, one thing that we can do to keep the future from getting significantly worse is prevent this this complete takeover of Reddit from this decentralized federated space into like this is just another social media website. And this is a huge part of that, making third-party programs unusable. How do we do that? Great question. So a lot of people on Reddit, a lot of moderators on Reddit did a Reddit blackout. And because Redditors are idiots, stupid people who don't leave their houses or learn from history, a lot of them set the time for blackout to 2 days. If you are ever protesting something with a strike, don't tell the people you're striking when you're going to stop the strike. That's not how that works. Because then they'll just wait. That's not how it works. The only kind of strike is an indefinite strike. Until posted. Idiotic. Some subreddits have extended their blackouts to indefinite, including us, by the way. So, there you go. And what has this led to? Well, Reddit's leadership is freaking out. First of all, Reddit's CEO has been dismissive of the blackout and has compared the moderators of these subreddits to landed gentry. Basically, he's saying that they're like uppity aristocrats, which is really funny considering the position that he's in. There was an interview on The Verge that he did. Reddit is fighting for its soul. Many users are in revolt over API pricing changes that will shut down some of the most popular third-party Reddit apps, and they're furious at CEO Steve Huffman after last week's AMA that made it clear the platform won't budge. Huffman has argued the changes are a business decision to force AI companies training on Reddit's data to pony up, but they're also wiping out some beloved Reddit apps, and thousands of subreddits have gone dark for days in protest. And then they did an interview. I have read this. I will summarize the interview by saying he's not backing down, and also he's an asshole. And he looks like a Redditor. Wait, is this him? I don't actually know what the CEO of Reddit looks like. Is this the CEO of Reddit, or is this somebody else? Yes, it is? Okay, there we go. I don't actually know what it looks like. Might as well be him. Okay, it doesn't matter whether or not it's him. We believe it's him, and that's what matters. So, he's being petulant about this. That's not good on its own, but it's actually gotten worse. In fact, it's actually gotten a lot worse. See, clearly the blackout is getting to him. He used to be a mod on Jailbait. Yes, he was one of the head mods on r/Jailbait, the massive subreddit where they would post, without consent, images of underage girls so they could talk about how hot they are. Yes, he was one of those. Yes, he was one of those people. This is the internet's Epstein Island. But clearly the blackout has gotten to him, at least to some extent, because he's posited something that's kind of wild. Reddit CEO pushes back against blackout, will consider letting users vote out moderators. So, to be clear, the actual proposal is Reddit CEO dude has been like, well, if moderators are just going to keep a major subreddit shut down during the blackout, isn't that kind of like them taking all the power for themselves? Shouldn't we like replace them with moderators that are friendly to me, that are, respectful of the wishes of the people in the subreddit, who will reopen the sub and stop this blackout that's getting in the way of my attempt to monetize API access? Reddit CEO Steve Huffman fired back Thursday against the leaders of a days-long blackout, many of the site's subreddits, blah, 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 blah. The company is considering making it easier for users to kick out moderators. Planning to implement a system that would allow users to vote out the volunteer moderators who run subreddits, a proposed change that comes as many subs either remain dark or operate at a limited capacity in protest of Reddit's planned changes, drawing mixed reception from site's users. To be clear, people have wanted major moderators in many of the subreddits out for a long time, and this has never been proposed before. This is only being proposed as a way of, in a pseudo-democratic fashion, getting head moderators kicked out so that the blackout will be forced to end. The CEO said the pathway out of the current conflict, quote, is actually more democracy. Huffman didn't specify when a new policy could go into effect, but he argued generally that moderators should be accountable to users rather than staying in place and wielding extensive power over their subreddits like landed gentry. So again, all of the times that subreddits have been trashed by abusive moderators, all of the times that unpopular moderators have driven a subreddit into the ground, none of that warranted a change that would lead to the ability to vote these guys out. But do a blackout and get in the way of Reddit trying to make some money? Now we're doing this. Now we're cooking with fire. The CEO said in a separate interview with NPR that the blackout, led by a small group, has not cost the company all that much, but it did create a fair amount of trouble. That means that it's cost the company that much. Reminds me of union busting, kind of. Well, it is comparable, I think. It's the same basic logic given the context of the situation it is. This whole thing is being done in a panic because, as Thana points out, Reddit is going public later this year. People have speculated, and I think this is reasonable to assume, that this effort at monetizing API is not actually going to work, but is instead being done as a lure by the current owners of Reddit as a way of increasing its market evaluation before they sell it to some soulless corporation that's going to turn it into just another social media website. They're destroying their app on the way out. See, when they're looking to sell it, you know, they want to make the most money possible. And the problem with Reddit and most social media sites in general is that they don't actually make that much money. Like, they make a lot of money by our standards, but compared to the power and influence they wield, the economic activity of social media websites is usually an externality. They drive money through them, not to them. And social media websites have struggled for a long time. How do we make money off of our users? We have millions of people who use our product. Why are we not making any money from it? Truth is, it's just difficult to do. It's a tough system to manage. Yeah, I don't believe Reddit's profitable. Hold on. If you believe Huffman, Reddit apparently spends about $500 million just on servers annually. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. $500 million on servers annually? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'd be astonished. Considering the fact that a ton of Reddit's image hosting is like put off to Imager and stuff, nah, I'd be very surprised. Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, it's tough to make money off of social media sites. So I think that the guys who are running Reddit, Steve Huffman or whatever else, right, are just looking to artificially inflate its value as much as possible before diving out. Which is why, by the way, this blackout is actually a big deal. The blackout makes Reddit much less viable, much less popular, much less apparently profitable to anyone who might want to buy it. Meaning that what is happening right now, that the negative media attention is actually like something they want to deal with. Which is why, after years and years of Reddit not having this feature, he's like, maybe actually we should have cronies who will not shut the subreddits down, put in charge. Yes, hopefully the blackouts keep up. That would be nice. What's even going on anymore? Twitter is practically a zombie. Discord now uses usernames. Reddit's falling apart. We read an article on this in the previous segment that I did on the Reddit thing, but the basic gist of it is that social media sites operate on like a cyclical grift that inevitably results in their demise, and they've never been successful in monetizing their product in a stable way. Yeah, the inshitification protocol that they run seemingly inevitably. I think that these are really strong arguments for the nationalization of social media. Seriously, like, especially something like Reddit, man. I mean, give us GeoCities, give us something. They have some kind of baseline platform where people can just make their own communities within a given framework that isn't susceptible to this insane cycle. You know, I know that wouldn't be easy to implement, but what we have right now also isn't easy to manage, and it's also not really working. So, as far as I'm concerned, social media is an unavoidable, like, a part of the human experience now. We will gravitate towards social media even if it is all destroyed. It is something we will continue to build. We want to build it. It is like we are moths traveling towards the flame. We cannot avoid the flame. We want the flame. So we need better systems. And I don't know about these market incentives, man. If Reddit or whatever else are really, really, really difficult to monetize anyway, but they're also really necessary for broader economic activity, I don't know. All I know is that fuck this guy. Unless you're between the ages of 14 to 17, which would have been the ages of the girls posted to the subreddit that he moderated. In which case, don't fuck him. That's not good. For multiple reasons, don't do that. Seems to be a running theme for this stream today, you know? The guys we're talking about. How long do you think it'll be before Congress talks about nationalizing social media? Well, it has been talked about, I think. To an extent. They didn't, before Elon bought Twitter, conservatives were obsessed with nationalizing it because they thought like woke ideologues were banning all the conservative accounts. Vosh, I'm confused. I thought jailbait referred to women who were over 18 but looked younger. Nope. Jailbait, as in they're baiting you to go to jail because they make you want to fuck them by luring you in by them looking like girls. It's incredible how the term jailbait not only describes a pedophilic intention, but the term itself is pedophilic. You know what I mean? It's like self-referential because the term jailbait would have only been made by someone who is into underage girls. Because no non-fucking pedo would think, what term to describe this? Ah, yes, they're luring us to jail with their teen body. Yeah, like, no, it's self-referential. Was that guy actually a jailbait mod? Yeah. Yeah, the how do I search this without implicating myself? Reddit jailbait subreddit Steve Hoffman. That has to be fine. Reddit jailbait subreddit Steve. It's not Hoffman, it's Huffman. Huffman. Silly name. Wait, is Huffman Spez? No, Huffman's not Spez, right? Wait, he is? Oh. Wow, that's funny. What's Spez? Well, it's just the name of an admin for Reddit. I didn't realize it was the same person. How'd you not know this? I didn't know this. I know plenty about Spez. Who's Spez? An admin. I know plenty about Spez. I just didn't know that it was the same person. Some Reddit history for all of you. Reddit staff was initially opposed to the addition of obscene material to the site, but they eventually became more lenient when prolific moderators proved capable of identifying and removing illegal content at a time when they were sufficiently staffed. Communities devoted to explicit material saw rising popularity, and r/jailbait, which featured provocative shots of underage teenagers, became the chosen subreddit of the year in the Best of Reddit user poll in 2008, and at one point, making jailbait the second most common search term on the site. Eric Martin, general manager of Reddit, defended the subreddit by saying that such controversial pages were a consequence of allowing free speech on the site. Wow, I haven't heard that argument before. r/jailbait came to wider attention outside Reddit when Anderson Cooper of CNN devoted a segment of his program to condemning the subreddit and criticizing Reddit for hosting it. Initially, this caused a spike in internet traffic, causing the page to peak at 1.73 million views the days of the report. In the wake of these news reports, a Reddit user posted an image of an underage girl to jailbait, subsequently claiming to have nude images of her as well. Dozens of Reddit users then posted requests for these nude photos to be shared to them via private message. Bro, no way! The people in the jailbait subreddit were pedophiles? Oh, no! Oh, my God! Bro, that's crazy! I'm no-waying so hard right now. Other Reddit users drew attention to this discussion. The r/jailbait forum was subsequently closed by Reddit administrators. Critics, such as Jailbait's creator, disputed claims this thread was the basis of the decision, instead claiming it was an excuse to close down a controversial subreddit due to negative recent media coverage. There's something awful for him. Well. Look at creep shots next. Facebook is down right now? Cool. A year after the closure of Jailbait, another subreddit called Creepshots drew controversy in the press for hosting sexualized image of women without their knowledge. In the wake of this media attention, Violent Acres was added to Creepshots as a moderator. Oh, that's the guy who made the Jailbait one. Reports emerged that Gawker reporter Adrian Chen was planning an expose that would reveal the real-life identity of this user, who moderated dozens of controversial subreddits as well as a few hundred general interest communities. One thing that's really important to understand about Reddit is that most of the large subreddits are controlled by a literal, actual cabal of a few dozen of the biggest losers in the universe. These are like power mods that all know each other and all no, I'm not kidding. Like literally, they like overwhelmingly. It's basically a cult, and these people have no lives. And when I say they have no lives, I don't mean like they're losers. I mean they're literally like brains in vats. Like these are people who cannot possibly leave their house. They don't have loved ones or children. They will die alone, and their rotting corpses will be found in their like their basements months after they actually die. I mean this. I genuinely like. I'm not. I want to be very clear here. I really genuinely don't just mean that they're losers. I mean that they're actually like this is an exceptional group of people. When Shannon informed Violent Acres about the impending expose, the user pleaded with Chen not to publish it as he was concerned about the potential impact on his employment and finances, noting that his wife was disabled and he had a mortgage to pay. He also expressed concern he would be falsely labeled as a child pornographer or anti-Semite due to some of the subreddits he'd created. Despite Violent Acres' offer to delete his postings, Chen still insisted he would publish the piece. Ah yes, the Gawker expose, revealing that this pedophile was a middle-aged programmer from Arlington, Texas called Michael Brutsch. Within a day of the article being published, he was fired by his employer, and the link to the expose was briefly banned from Reddit. He stated on Reddit after the article was published he had received numerous death threats. Reddit CEO Yishan Wang defended the content Brutsch contributed to the site as free speech. Again, this is the jailbait guy. This is like the ultimate child pornographer. and criticized efforts to ban the Gawker link on the same basis. Wong stated the staff had considered a site-wide ban on the link, but rejected the idea for fear it would create a negative impression of the site without getting results. Wow, a super free speech website, except when an expose reveals what a fucking pedophile a power user was who has managed subreddits that have gone on to sexualize like underage people with millions and millions of views. In which case, let's try a site-wide ban. He held an interview with CNN that aired on Anderson Cooper 360. Birch was apologetic about his activity on Reddit. He explained that he was fond of the appreciation he got from other Redditors and that Reddit helped him relieve stress. Oh, I bet. Birch also described the support he had from admins, saying that he had received an award for his contributions. I need you to understand what kind of guy gets outed as, like, this kind of person, and then he goes on Anderson Cooper and he's like, listen, it's my outlet. I've received awards from my fellow Redditors. Like, you need to understand what kind of people these are. Reddit noted the award was for winning a community vote for worst subreddit and stated that they regretted sending it, as well as claiming that Violent Acre's account had been banned on several occasions. Birch subsequently noted that he regretted doing the interview. Jesus. There have been a lot of these subreddits. Yeah, it's not an easy line to balance, Glitch, but keep in mind that decommodify doesn't necessarily mean state-run. Advice Animals had the admins remove their owner because he was protesting. The mod that went to the admins to coup them is a mod for like every major LGBT subreddit. Fucking power-hungry losers. Seriously? If you've ever wondered why every leftist sub on Reddit seems to be controlled by the same group of around 24 like Soviet wannabes, this is the reason why. It's like the same, it's the exact same pattern with them. Huh, yeah. Admins have taken over r/advice animals, reopened the sub to the public, bans any mention of it. Cool. Love my highly federated, decentralized social media website. The CNN interview is 10 minutes. Reddit troll Violent Acres speaks out. He wasn't a troll. He's just like a baron of pedophilia. Not just pedophilia, but like everything.
360 exclusive now. If you've spent time online and read comment sections of websites, you've no doubt seen some pretty vile, offensive comments written by anonymous people, saying things they would never actually say if their names were posted. People are for trouble, particular pornography. It was called rape jokes.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. Yeah, the Baron of child pornography is right. Holy shit. Talk about like medieval fucking phrenology, man. Jesus Christ.
You get the idea. How many?
The pictures weren't yours.
That is correct.
You didn't know who those kids were.
No, and neither did anyone else. We did our best to maintain the anonymity of these people without thinking...
That is absolutely not true. There was literally a girl at my school who got a wave of like hate and attention online because a fucking swimsuit pic that she had posted to Facebook got picked up by a pedophile and posted on you can literally Google reverse image search. It's not, you can't preserve anonymity when you're posting photos of 14-year-old girls in swimsuits. Like, what? That's not a thing. You can't do, that's not a thing. Jesus.
You know, about the wider repercussions. If people were to tell us, I know that person, or this was me, we would remove them. Well,
bro, hey, you noticed that your daughter got fucking 3.2K upvotes on the r/I wanna fuck kids subreddit? Oh man, better contact the mods. Hey, could you remove my 14-year-old daughter from the subreddit, please?
I say we would remove them. This is one of the big problems. Well, I mentioned that you can't delete anything from Reddit.
If a teenage girl is out there and for some reason or another, a picture of her in her underwear gets posted on a site called Jailbait, you would expect her to contact some guy named Violent Acres and ask for that picture to be removed from this website because it's very embarrassing to me? I mean, this whole thing sounds...
Literally, he doesn't even have a canned answer for that. He doesn't even have a, like, yeah, yeah, is it? What? They can, Reddit, you can make a Reddit account for free. You can just make a Reddit account and contact me. Hello, that's my 14-year-old body you've posted there. Jesus.
I gotta tell you, it sounds crazy.
Why would he even defend himself publicly? Because he's an idiot. Because literally, like, the expose revealed his name. He got fired immediately. Like, again, like, this guy is of the highest order of, like, fucking public scumbag. He should be on every watch list. Like, he should be forced to go door to door to every house within a quarter mile of where he lives to inform them that he is Violent Acres. Like, this isn't just, like, a guy who used Reddit and just happened to, like, preside over creepy stuff. This isn't like a scale of economy thing, you know what I mean? This guy actively involved himself in the direct management of one of the largest, like, pedophile dens for multiple years, like, in the entire internet. This is so beyond the pale. By the way, it genuinely makes me wonder why the fuck there wasn't, like, a broader federal investigation that was opened. Because, like, obviously, a ton of people were trading fucking CP with each other in DMs over all of that. Like, what? Like, remember the thing from the Wikipedia where it was like one person publicly posted, "Hey, you got nudes of her," or whatever, and 28 people were like, "Oh yeah," like in no time at all or whatever. Obviously they were. I feel like that'd be a pretty easy fucking nut to crack open. I don't know.
I'm a father of a daughter. I would be very mad at you.
And I understand that. And
I'm a father of a daughter. I want to kill you right now. I want to wrap my hands around your fat little neck and give it a little squeeze, is what I'm saying.
All I can say is that, you know, I'm sorry. I have made mistakes. I understand that, you know, Reddit encouraged and enabled this sort of behavior, and I shouldn't have been a part of it. Nobody on Reddit really had anything to say about it at all.
Cool. YouTuber ass apology. Oopsie.
And since then, you know, I have come to understand that there are situations where, you know, things are inappropriate.
A severe and inappropriate lapse. Dude, he should just play anything else. Just say you've been in like a decade-long fugue state. Say you have an identical twin who was actually Violent Acres. Say anything. What, like, Jesus.
I started off posting lots of porn, and mostly softcore porn. You know, pictures of naked girls, that sort of thing. And as I'd find porn of different types, like if it was a picture of an African-American woman, I created a Reddit called Women of Color. If it was, you know, a woman with large breasts, I created a Reddit called Boobies. I saw it as creating folders to file things in. I created probably 600 Reddits or subforums in the time I was on Reddit. And I just put things, you know, as I
found the underage girls, made the child separate. Literally, that's literally what he's saying. That's
as I came across images, I put them in these categories. There are hot button topics that you can make a comment about and just enrage people. And sadly for me, I enjoyed doing that. I liked going in and making people really mad over what amounted to meaningless things.
Sadly, you say?
Well, yes, obviously it has affected me. It's affected my family. It's
Some would say it caught up with you.
well, it did. It actually did catch up with me. I treated Reddit like a game.
You guys are being so fucking mean to me. I look literally nothing like him. Not even remotely. There's not even close to a physical resemblance there. Nothing. There's no single thing that looks even remotely the same.
Now, apparently I have a gift for pushing buttons.
But did you ever think, I mean, jailbait, rape bait, incest, pics of dead kids, choke a bitch? I mean, did you ever think these aren't normal buttons I'm pushing here?
Okay, hold on. I want to say, I actually don't like the conflation of all of these subreddits. Because the jailbait one is so much worse than like all of them, right? Because the jailbait one is there are actual living human young girls who you're just posting their shit to get jerked off to by a bunch of guys. But then if it's like when you're saying stuff like our rape bait insert whatever else, like the content might be disgusting, but it's not just the content being disgusting. It's like, well, there's a real person tied to this, right? Like I feel I don't like the idea of it being like, well, jailbait was just the worst of a bunch of bad edgy subreddits, because that like kind of diminishes it. You know what I mean? It's worse than that. Pretty sure he was whacking into the dead kids. Sure, I'm sure he was. I'm just saying, like, the jailbait thing was so like because I worry. Well, I don't know why I say I worry. This happened like a fucking decade ago. But like, I don't like the fact that he's being portrayed as like a shit stirrer and a troll. Reddit troll Violent Acre speaks out, because this sounds like troll behavior. Haha, dead babies subreddit. Ha, baby in a blender. Whoa, edgiest humor I ever heard in junior year of high school. Yeah, like but like, you know, I just feel like in the like, if you're like tallying it up, it's like, well, here's the edgy subreddits, and then here's the part where you controlled like a pedophile cabal. you know what I mean? Like in terms of like the. It's like, yeah, okay, you had like the dead baby subreddit, and here's the part where you were the epicenter of fucking online pedophilia activity for years. You know, it's so much worse. It's so bad.
Well, because, and this goes back to how the Violent Acres character first started. My first thought was, Violent Acres' first thought was, you know, I see those pictures on my incoming image stream all the time. I could easily create a Reddit for that and fill it up with some pictures. So I did. 2 outraged people. No idea where the pictures came from. I created, back in the day, I created a Reddit called R Rape for rape jokes. I created one called
Rape Jokes.
Rape Jokes. One called R Pregnant for pictures of pregnant women.
Are you apologizing for what you did, or are you trying to make an excuse for what you did?
I am to some degree apologizing for what I did. Again, I was playing to an audience of college kids. And, you know, when 2 years ago, when all of this was at its height, the audience was appreciative and supportive of the sort of gallows humor that I put out there.
See, look, it's being turned into like a, look, I was just this like edgy guy who presided over all this edgy content thing, you know?
Did you get a thrill out of that?
Honestly, the biggest thrill I got was those meaningless internet points.
It's pretty amazing to hear, because, I mean, you see trolls on the internet all the time who hide
See,
behind
a troll.
anonymity.
No, he wasn't a troll. No, this is what I mean. don't fall for the bait where he's like, yeah, I was just this undifferentiated purveyor of all manners of content. He's trying to make it seem like he's like the market master at some sort of fanciful bazaar where you can go into back alleys and see all sorts of things. And he's like, ooh, didn't like what you see? Well, you'll find all manner of mystery here at the Acres Bazaar. Woo, you know. But like, no, it's not what he was doing. They would not call him a troll if this happened today. No, if this happened today, he would probably been lynched. The discourse around online, like, grooming and child sexual abuse has gotten... Well, conservatives are abusing it to attack queer people by saying, like, it's grooming if you exist and are gay. But aside from, like, the current conservative attack, it actually has gotten better. Like, I don't think people realize how bad it used to be. Because when the internet first started getting big, like, not just a bunch of minor little personally controlled websites, but big, you know? The first wave of people who controlled the internet were guys like that. Basically, like, tech nerds from college who were ideologically libertarian. Meaning that, aside from the obvious predilection towards CP, they're also, like, really, really, really ideologically in favor of not being ever told what to do ever. And what that meant was, like, moderation. What's moderation? And, like, you just, like, it was like, the same thing happened with 4chan, right? Like, with 4chan, they eventually had to crack down a bunch of stuff because otherwise sites aren't usable. And then it went over to 8chan, and then even 8chan was like, okay, we need slightly less child pornography. So they could, like, it's the fucking libertarians, man. It's always the fucking libertarians. A-Chan got blacklisted, though. It should have gotten blacklisted sooner. Right, libertarians specifically? American libertarians. The internet was not controlled by libertarian socialists. The internet was not controlled by anarchists, you know? A bunch of, like, you know, Luxembourgists. Fuck, if only, right? Like, Jesus. God, I wish. God. Probably not right now, Code Monster. I feel like we've already delayed the main event for long enough. Excuse me. Last thing. 1 second, Tempest. Last thing. Bit of good news. We have a collection of polling done from November 22nd of 2022. So, you know, about 7 months ago, and 2 weeks ago, and the results are in, folks. Disney's up, DeSantis is down. Basically, the question was, how have people's opinions changed on Ron DeSantis and Disney? On the left-hand side over here, we have Disney, and on the right side, it's kind of counterintuitive. On the right side, we have older polling from May 22nd, and then over here we have June 5th. And as you can see, overall, we have 31-32. It's dropped by 1 point. So Disney is 1 point less popular, right? Okay, whatever. Over here in Ron DeSantis, however, things are not looking good. Over here, from November 22nd to June 5th, an 18-point drop for the general population. Democrats have seen from -45 to -62. Independents from -1 to -19. And interestingly, even for Republicans, +56 to, May from 2022, not May 22nd, sorry. To +37. Basically, every demographic has seen a significant decrease in the favorability of Ron DeSantis, which is very funny. This is due to a number of reasons, probably largely the fact that he's directly opposed to Trump now. But this is one of the reasons why I'm not concerned about DeSantis. I don't think DeSantis has a chance here. It's Trump or nothing. MAGA communism, etc., etc. Bow to the mouse. All right, folks, we're going to take a look at the H3 Just Pearly Things debate, but I have to pee first. And while I'm peeing, I'm going to hit this button that makes me money. Can you blame me? I'm like the Reddit CEO guy. So I didn't moderate our jailbait. You know, one thing that I really like about these Hawaiian shirts is it makes me feel very bara, you know? Like I do a little stretch and I feel the buttons on the top of the shirt stretch a little bit against my chest. How do you pee so fast? Listen, okay, daily Kegels. Very high power urethra, all right? You could never understand. Why the Daily Wire ad? Is that what you got? I didn't choose that. Iowa Supreme Court just overturned an abortion ban. Really? Nice. That's very good to hear. All right, where is it? Where do I see the thingy? I went over to the H3 podcast thing, and I don't see any videos, basically. There's like 4 videos in the past 6 months. Where is it? Live tab? Oh, right, it's separated. That's right. Guerrilla style. Ethan debates Pearl Davis of Just Pearly Things. Never trust somebody with 2 first names. This is a long debate, folks. I don't know if we're going to see the entire thing, but we're going to do our best. All right? We're going to do our best while we steal this content. So, Davis first name. Ethan debates Pearl Davis of Just Pearly Things. Isn't that Pearl Davis? Davis is the second name in the 2 names listed, so the second name would be the last name, Pearl Davis. Davis is not a first name. David is a first name. I guess Davis not a first name. I don't know. It feels close enough. Close enough. All right. Ethan did really good in the last debate of his that I saw, and I heard that he did well here, too. So the only thing that I know, going into this, the only thing that I know is this Pearly Things person. So Just Pearly Things has a big YouTube channel, over 1 million subs. She basically does like red pill content from a female perspective. She's kind of a loser and kind of stupid. I've seen her defend pedophilia. I've seen her pal around with Nick Fuentes. The basic gist of her, as far as I can tell, is that she's desperately trying to carve out and maintain a niche in the misogyny market on YouTube, despite being a, you'll forgive me for being rude, unimpressive looking woman. Yeah, I'm not just saying that to be mean, but generally speaking, in order to succeed in like the misogyny online circuit, you either have to be a metrosexual guy who's repressing his homosexuality, or you have to be a gorgeous model who's reading off misogyny from a note card before getting paid by male producers. You understand what I'm talking about? So in her manner of maintaining a unique, distinct niche in this space is by performatively hating herself in a way that is obviously disingenuous and done for attention. So she's been posting nonstop on Twitter about how women shouldn't be able to get divorced, Like women should be totally subservient. If your husband is abusing you, just talk with him and ask him to stop nicely. That kind of crap. I don't think she actually believes any of this. Like most people in her position, I think that she's probably a massive degenerate who fucks a lot of nobodies and does a lot of coke when she gets the chance to. A lot of people who LARP this like trad wife thing absolutely don't live the lifestyle. I do think she's authentically retarded. I'm not taking that away from her. I'm not saying she's not that. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing this story. But I do think that a lot of this is just like the misogyny grift. How do you get a bunch of like super, super misogynistic 14-year-old boys to listen to a girl who doesn't look like a model? You have to entertain them with performative self-debasement, right? I think it's a strategy. Clearly it's worked out. She's got more subs than I do, so. All right. What's up, Ethan? How you doing, man? Pearl Javis joins the call. What's up?
All right, so, yeah, let's...
Should we Philly D this?
Gonna 1.2 this, because we got a lot to go through. We're doing it. We're doing our rhetoric analysis. Let's find out.
And just jump right into it?
Should we what?
Yeah, you know what? Let's just jump right into it.
Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. All right, stand by. Let her in. 1 second. All right, pin.
So she's in the lobby. We're just connecting her. Oh, there I can see her. Great.
She's in
Hi.
the Zoom.
Good. Her VPN. Thank you.
Look.
All right. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
Thank you. What's happening?
I don't know. Was it me? Oh, there was just crazy audio feedback, but your camera feed looks great.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
now.
good.
Hold on
Okay,
one
good.
second.
Yeah, we fixed it. Hi, how are
Let me turn the general volume down just a little. Thank you.
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for calling in. Obviously, I saw your tweet. Is this a trap or a good faith conversation? It's not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Well,
yeah,
I think this is a good faith conversation. I mean, what would you consider to be a trap?
It's kind of like when you...
I think a trap is when you're a closet homosexual and you want to have sex with a guy, but you need them to wear a dress first so you can pretend that they're not a guy, and the fantasy is that you get to have sex with a guy, but like you're lying to yourself, and it's like, oh no, I got tricked. But you weren't tricked because you know the genre of the pornography you're consuming. That thing. Kind of funny how trap porn has basically, like, massively decreased in popularity now that trans women are more visible and people are, like, getting more normalized with the whole it's okay to like a feminine person with a dick thing. Seriously, like, I swear to God, I never see that tag on, like, like, new stuff anymore or whatever. Just, like, browsing or, like, what's popular. Or if the artists that I follow just don't post that stuff anymore and it's, like, trans girls or femboys.
Walk into an interview and it's like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're just trying to like paint you out to be a certain way, I would say.
Sure. That would be like a bad faith when they go in there with an agenda and they're not really open to hearing your thoughts. Well, certainly I hope for it to be a challenging conversation, but I hope that you'll find it to be in good faith. I mean, you know a little bit about me, I'm assuming, so you kind of know what's my positions on a lot of things. But
I do.
I do look forward to speaking with you. And I thank you, by the way, for accommodating us. I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Yeah, no, I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount. Like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. Introduction and banning divorce. Right. Click.
Sure, a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak, and you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think that we should be. I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative outcomes a society has when families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to be in mental health institutions. So you just see all of the problems that come with single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize women to leave families. So,
women don't leave the families. Usually, it's the men who do. It's usually the other way.
For example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Child support. So if there's a divorce. Let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So again, she doesn't believe. So to be clear, again, she doesn't believe the stuff that she's saying. I hope that's clear. She's not even smart enough to affect the rhetorical and tonal techniques that you would use to make it seem as though you're being sincere. So her content is entirely structured around it's because this is all red pill or men's rights or misogyny stuff on YouTube, fresh and fit. It's retards, bitter, divorced men, and lots of young boys who are terrified of women. Now, obviously, she doesn't have to live by her grift or anything. She can go do lines off of a Puerto Rican guy's cock every night at the club if she wants to. But she has to put this up for the community, which is why she smiled like that at the end too. She's assembling all the cards, right? These are all the positions you'll have to trudge through to have a conversation with me.
Banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
Right, but
that is not how time works. You would only want to leave after getting married because time moves forward, not backward.
Real world, that kind of simplistic.
And there's exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, we could talk about exceptions, but the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, "Oh, you want to talk about exceptions," but the exceptions is the important part because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about 25% maybe or more. Because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but
okay. Okay. All right. Walking that one back pretty quickly.
Even talk to people that work at abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's mutual. So
surely that is not true. That is a misinterpretation of I don't even know if it's I don't even know if it's a study or if it's just a bit of common knowledge. The thing is that in relationships that are abusive, there is mutual abuse, but that does not mean that it's a both sides thing. So if one person, if the husband is beating the shit out of the wife and the wife tries to flee and throws something at the guy, then technically the abuse is mutual. Throwing something at your partner is abuse in the context of this thing, but that doesn't mean that it's mutual in the sense of like both parties are responsible. Yeah, it doesn't speak to proportion.
That's not every time.
I think. Yeah, I know.
But it's not healthier either.
Mm-hmm. I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say that. But when you say something like divorce should be illegal,
yeah,
we got to kind of suss that out because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example, in 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence. It's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are incentive programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse. And it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
In the United States, you get a free lawyer no matter what. I don't know much about the British system, but we get public counsel.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not.
Well, not for civil family court. Oh, I thought they meant for like the for like abuse cases, like charges. Oh no, for civil court, no, you do not get a free lawyer here.
Allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce? Then you don't really believe that?
No, I would say ban divorce.
Oh, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one? So then you don't believe in forced divorce? Or you ban divorce.
Fine. Yeah. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay, sure. Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well, I think you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Yes. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't.
The funny thing is, this is actually a pretty anti-male perspective, because if you are a husband and you are getting physically abused by a wife, it is almost impossible to get the cops to take you seriously. You can file for divorce in civil court, but the idea of like you getting hit by your wife and then like calling the cops and them being like, oh, she's the, like, no shot, bro. So like, funnily enough, this is actually like the opposite. Yeah, it's actually bad for men more than anything.
Want to be with someone forever, but I just say stay out of marriage. Because when you marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well,
it's just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
That's not
the classic. I've talked to many people. Data summary. Right, I'm familiar with this one.
Just, that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you look at when no fault divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable
and irreconcilable.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't talk.
So
but yeah, I just think like, for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
So if you know anything about history, no-fault divorce has kind of always been an option, because what couples who didn't care for each other would do, as long as the lack of care was mutual, is they would just find the fault. So like you would have instances where if they wanted to like separate, but they couldn't just go to a court and have the separation done because there's no fault. So the guy would just like bring home a prostitute, get caught by his wife, and then like, wow, now there's a fault, it's just a basic fact of the matter. You can't have a state contract force two people to live together and be friends for their entire life. That's insane. Does anyone else think it's psychotic and like kind of infantile that that's even considered like a reasonable position to hold? Oh, you signed a contract, so now the state is going to force you two to live together for what the fuck are you talking about? That's insane. If you want to, sure, but like, Jesus. The whole in sickness or in health thing is just a flourish of ceremony. The document that you sign when you get married does not say that it's an interminable, unbreakable contract.
Well, I think the reason for that, historically, this emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men, the abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, having your kids watch their mother get beat up. And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like
do you think that's the majority? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10% is enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right, but again, that's because the woman says that she was, because their incentive.
Okay, but you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No.
What Ethan did right there is actually a very effective rhetorical technique, by the way. If the person you're talking to is just saying stuff, you can say that. It's actually good to do that. That's a powerful strategy, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
how does that prove that women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probabilities. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but they're not going to jail.
Those are both evidence. Those are just different evidentiary standards. That's still evidence.
Jail. It's just to let the abused.
I mean, you could call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children. When the whole community. I mean, you could. I mean, have you spoken to these men?
Whoa, hold on. If the circumstances of your divorce prevent the husband from ever even seeing the children, then that husband had to do something fucking wrong. That is not a normal divorce. See, notice how like the narrative she's trying to construct is like, yeah, the woman lies about the violence, even though she was probably the one doing it, and like that he's kept from ever seeing his kids. Bro, if that's the circumstance, like, you must have done a pretty fucking terrible job putting your case forward to the family court if you can't even see your kids.
It's like literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. Now they get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them are put on.
Sure,
a lot of them
of course.
are put on.
Yeah,
right.
there's bad outcomes for sure, but
Horrible.
on the whole,
I mean, a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
They what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide during.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. You know.
It's horrible. It's like absolutely terrible. Like, I interview these men that are going through this.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court, because family court is based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and I mean the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying you can't.
Notice how the accusation that a person is falsely accusing somebody is something that she does not believe there should be a criminal evidentiary standard for. So the default assumption is lying until proven otherwise. The legal assumption is that there is no statement of truth on a legal claim until it is, found to be in a civil court, the higher preponderance of evidence, or true beyond a reasonable doubt. But even if you accuse a person of abuse in criminal court and then don't get a conviction, that doesn't mean that legally you're found to have lied. It just means that they weren't convicted on that charge. But the assumption for her is that the woman is lying.
They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay.
In criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence. Family court is not.
It is.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change. People go through shit. People grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples.
Oh, here's a nice stat that you can cite whenever this comes up in the future. By the way, 91% of child custody agreements after divorce are decided with no interference from the family court system. So, in more than 9 times out of 10, whatever arrangement is made with regards to who gets the kids or in what way, it's agreed between the divorcing parents without the state intervening.
Couples ever got married?
I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because again,
Notice how she jumps between points as well here, by the way. It's divorce should be banned. Oh, but except for this case, I just think people should stay married. But actually, I don't think people should get married. So there's no, like, again, it's just a mishmash of male insecurity talking points jumbled together.
and like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. If so, let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have a no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably. Okay. But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean, I think that.
Oh yeah, that's great for a guy to have to go to a knowingly fraudulent criminal accusation of physical assault. But you can just beat the case, Lamau. She's creating Ethan's right. She's suggesting an incentive structure that would increase the number of false accusations because it would be the only way to get out of the marriage.
Do you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail. Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple, again, because like it's just not that simple, abuse cases, because, and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court, it's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities. And so you have a case where
this whole family court is biased against men thing is just not, it's not true. It's an old talking point. It's not like, it's just not true.
Men only, like, they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month when, again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, I've interviewed guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But the wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happens, but
and the wife still got custody.
Right, but that's not a representative case. Again, I mean, for example. You ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why a mother or father wouldn't want to put their family through that, don't you?
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse.
That's a lot.
But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages. And that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, no.
Okay.
Wouldn't you want them to leave even more if it's two-sided abuse? I don't even get that prerequisite. Like, oh, if the husband's beating the wife, then okay, she should leave. But if they're both beating each other, then they have to stay? I don't understand that at all.
I do think in order.
No, yeah, because then it's like a they deserve each other thing, right? Like, yeah, like, oh, well, they're both bad, so they both deserve it.
To get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Do you think, what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one.
Mm-hmm.
But you had to think about it for a second. But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question. That was all. But
okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So, like, you know, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers that, you know, she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true. And so then they, you know, came together and realized that. So that's just one thing.
Is that true? Do people
That's not like the blue-pilled feminist take, though. That's like the nice guy gamer take. The like, oh, if you're just nice to a girl, she'll sleep with you thing. That's not like, you're not, if you reject that, you're not rejecting like the feminism blue pill or whatever. I don't know. This all gets so mixed up. The funny thing is that if you ever want to see like the highest level of like Giga Chad sexually provocative people who are just, you know, fucking and rutting however they want, it's gay people, you know? For all the accusations that gay people are all blue-haired wokelets who like can't handle the realities of sexual engagement, the most sexually successful red pill MGTOW motherfuckers are getting dwarfed in body count by these like West Hollywood Giga Chads who are bumping abs together in the clubs every night, you know? And they're certainly forward. I would know. I've been to those clubs. They're very forward. But hey guys, straight guys, I'm giving you permission to be a bit of an asshole here. If you ever want to feel good about yourself, dress up nice and go to a gay bar, okay? They're going to be very nice to you.
Men really believe that?
But what do you mean?
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's real. I think that's like a really odd way to describe dating. It's just like men are nice guys and women are.
I just think
it just seems very cartoonish. Like we're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't.
I just think men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons. Like I think that's a surprise.
What? Okay, we're doing like the race baiting thing here. This is the funny thing is that she's like rejecting the nice guy logic while also substantiating it. She's literally doing the like the nice guy doesn't get the girl, the bad guy does thing. Literally, like the thug gets to knock up the girl, while the nice dude doesn't get laid. She's embracing the logic that she claims to be rejecting.
Women reproduce more with felons.
Mm-hmm. Violent
non-felons.
Yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like,
wait, hold on. Wait, what does that mean? So
the obvious answer for this is that violent felons, there's a self-selection bias here, where the kinds of people who would go after violent felons are probably from lower socioeconomic strata and also are probably less careful when it comes to family planning. And as a product of that, this group of people are more likely to have children. This does not mean that people find violent felons more attractive. It means that violent felons tend to be concentrated in social strata where it is more likely that they will be able to father children with less planning or care. So this is kind of like a selection bias thing. You know what I mean?
Felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons. What does that stat mean?
They have more children with felons than non. It's like,
so
I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
And so there's men who are looking at that and they're pissed.
So here's another thing. So here's a way to instantly blow this argument out of the water. Like all red pill types, Just Pearly Things has to say that like women like power and money. Then why is it that poor men reproduce more than wealthy men? Oh, whoa. So women actually like it when you're broke, because it's the broke dudes are laying chicks up all over the place, right? Well, no. Any individual woman is probably going to prefer the guy that she's with have money rather than not have money. But the kinds of places where people are of a lower socioeconomic strata are just more likely to have worse family planning. Exact same thing.
No, not
because I've never heard that stat in my life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right, I've never heard that stat.
Okay.
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove?
Classic data
Felons
analysis
have
mistake.
more kids than non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can, like, protect her, basically.
A felon?
Yeah.
That's a weird.
Why do you think Ted Bundy had, like, love letters?
Oh, well, that's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested.
That's completely separate. That's 100% separate. Women were writing love letters to Ted Bundy because women are insane. That has nothing to do with the whole violent felon thing.
No, but that's the point.
All
that's
serial
the point. That's surprising.
Right, it is surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez.
Also, guys do the same thing. Remember that one female murderer, the one who looks like a mouse with the big glasses? Every time her photo gets posted, guys are all doing the humana thing. People just find danger attractive for the same reason that people find, like, dude, people just find danger attractive. People have always done this. Go look at, like, any media property where there's, like, badass action chicks who are, like, you know, on the edge or whatever. Like, this is not like a woman thing. This is just people are like this. As for why we're like this, I don't know, but it's like pretty much an everybody thing, you know? Yeah, or like the whole yandere trope in anime.
Did too. All serial killers do.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, but the point is, it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just men.
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove, that felons have more kids than non-felons?
You know, that a lot of times women pick the bad boys, you know? I mean, that's pretty much it.
Cringe, Reddit, tip. See? Reject the Reddit logic, but also embrace it. Soy. Hold on, I'm so sorry. 1 second. It's time. Oh my god, I've been waiting for an excuse.
Sucks to live in a world where nice guys finish last.
He's right, you know.
Yeah! We're not gonna get pushed around.
Yeah!
Especially not by girls when we're just trying to be nice.
Yeah!
It's about time we take a stand.
So I say, let's get down to business and consume the soy. Brush the Stacy's off now. Aramori boy.
All these women never treat me right, and they haven't got a clue.
Because I am a Redditor too.
Sucks.
All right. Good interlude, folks. Sorry, okay. Let's keep going.
Was having more kids.
With, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon. You don't think? Okay.
Is there a source for that? It's just a really weird stat. I'm just trying to grapple with it.
I can get it. In a second.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear what's
It's in. I can show you where I found it.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right? Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial, just a one-timer.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
I've mostly been like ribbing with the topic. I just want to say, so far, I think Ethan has been doing a phenomenal job controlling the pace of the discussion. He does a really good job of like coming across as level-headed and reasonable, and like the whole, you know, like I'm considering your points and I've found flaws kind of thing, which is I think generally a very good approach to take.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
There are more violent men to pick.
I think you can just. I would just say I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but you know, I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete
She's
facts?
a
I
woman,
find that
yeah.
When you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I try. I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting
But,
defense.
You know, hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine. Okay. So why should I engage with in a conversation with you at all if women are just emotional? Shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
This is how I feel with like the women who do the trad wife content, which is like if I took your advice, then I shouldn't take your advice. No, like I think that's like an actual argument. You could do the same thing with race for like Jesse Lee Peterson types, right? Like because I feel like within his worldview, you could literally go like, well, I'm white, so shouldn't I just listen to me? You know? And they can't really overcome that because they're arguing from a position of ideological inferiority.
Probably.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You know.
So we got to look for a man to replace you. Don't you think?
No, not really.
You don't think? Okay. But you do think women are more emotional.
I gotta find.
Go ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to like talk to you
good.
and find it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Okay.
It's I mean, it's fine. We can move on.
Oh, you just
Might be waiting a while.
Here, Rolo stream.
Rolo seems like a nice guy. Where?
Chat?
The Zoom chat, yeah.
7 months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. Faith, present feelings as facts.
Do you? I don't even remember. You said something like, "Do you think you shouldn't have a platform?" Or like.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Well, I asked, and you said, "Well, I'm a woman. Of course, I'm gonna." I asked you, "Do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling?" And you said, "Yes, I do, because I'm a woman."
Oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something and it's not correct. But I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like sometimes you're gonna. Yeah, I mean, you can. Like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people. You see patterns.
Right, but sometimes when you interview people. You interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. So there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is, and then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay.
I don't talk much about, I guess, like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus in on that.
She's not particularly charismatic, is she?
So, I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? And that's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase my content. I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's probably what I talk about the most. I think that men should have access to their children.
So again, this talking point is complete bullshit. The divorce court thing being biased against men, it's just not true. Women get the kids more often than the guys do because they agreed to it. The husband and wife, former husband and wife, look at each other and they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's let the mom take care of the kids. Because a lot of people are under the impression that women are naturally better caretakers. So like there's a bias towards that from a patriarchal perspective as well. It's not difficult for men. Also, it's a little rich considering the fact that like the argument that people like Just Pearly Things is making are that women should just be stay-at-home wives, meaning that they should be completely economically and socially dependent on their husbands. So like through the fake argument that divorce is rough on men. Well, it's rough on everyone, but it's like biased against men. And to correct this, we need to create a system in which women are completely dependent on men in every way. You know?
That's not what you talk about the most. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I'll be honest. I've watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
Oh, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems that you're super focused on. So what is your interest in that? Manosphere. Maybe that's a better term. Manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Is she tired? Is she sleepy? Is she like FD signifier? Is it nappy time?
So what is, you say you're anti-feminism. Feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Feminism, and are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
No.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are
grifting?
you...
Yeah, it's obvious grifting. I feel like I get a little bit more offended when people are grifting so transparently that they can't keep themselves from smiling because they're aware of the audacity of their statements. This is one of the reasons why I think that Infrared is like 3 tiers above Jackson Hinkle. Because Jackson Hinkle... so first of all, Infrared is smart. I think he's insane, but I think he's a smart guy, whereas Jackson is stupid. But additionally, Infrared can weave together these beautiful patchwork cloths of insane esoteric fascism in ways that are genuinely entertaining to listen to, that convey, if nothing else, a commitment to the bit. And he's a funny guy, right? But with Jackson, like, it's just parroting whatever he heard last, and he'll like laugh as he says it because he knows he's just saying whatever. It's a lot more boring. But this girl has 1.4 million subs, you know? It like, this works with people. And her target audience, the young boys who are desperately afraid of women, probably can't recognize signs like this. I would be willing to bet a lot of the people who watch her also kind of hate her. Because that's kind of like the market she appeals to, right? She's not like Lauren Southern, where Lauren Southern tried to do this like, I am like the ultimate Aryan trad wife, and I am like a little glimpse of the world that we will build, my Volk in our Vaderland or whatever. She doesn't really do that. She just kind of sits here and debases herself. So I feel like she probably invites a lot of hatred from the community. Why does she look like Botox incarnate? Listen, okay, I've been blessed with naturally nice, smooth skin, and it helps that I moisturize my face like 5 times a day. But when I'm ready, I'm probably gonna Botox that shit up too.
Serious? Or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
Why?
No. Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so
No,
then
that's my
there's a
point.
paradox.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe? Well, listen, this is your perfect
So
world.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for
tough titties, selective service. Get this bitch out to boot. We're going to have her be doing push-ups in the rain till she throws up. Let's go, boys. It's time. Oorah! Now I don't have to pretend that I'm against the draft anymore. Now that I'm out of the drafting age range. 29, baby. Wait, what's the drafting age range? Selective service age range. Until 26th birthday. Okay, nice. Let's go. Wait, are liable for training and service until the age of 35. Drafting is an unacceptable social system. It is not good. It is very bad, actually. Nobody should be subjected to forced employment and defense by the state. At least not for 6 more years. Okay, moving on.
Selective service.
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised because they're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters, right?
No, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
Israel has a selective service for both men and women, and they're considered to have one of the most elite military. One of the most advanced, well-developed militaries in the world. The God's honest truth is that if you're going to have a draft, there's no reason why you shouldn't have women. You know what soldiers are doing 24/7? You realize most soldiers aren't spending their time like carrying 100-pound backpacks over the hills of Afghanistan, right? Most people who are in the military are either A, in some like military base in an allied country abroad, or B, they're like juggling knives in front of a depot that will never see action for 4 years. They're like, the primary skill that you need as a soldier is how to not be like hazed by your fellow countrymen, okay? They're all playing grab ass and digging holes. Seriously. They're all in the goon squad. Exactly. Like, it's the idea, it's like, well, women are a little weaker. It's like, well, yeah, they are. Okay, fine. So kick the weak ones out, same as we do for the men, you know? How to jack off in a porta potty. See, that's the reason why we need women in the military. Women can actually masturbate without needing a porta potty. And therefore, like, they're more efficient, you know? Like, normally, if you have a bunch of dudes in your platoon, your troop leader has to be like, yeah, we need to bring over these porta potties so we need to bring over this portable goon cave so the boys don't get feisty. But that's not really the case with chicks, right? Because they don't bust nuts, except for trans chicks, but they're banned from the military. So there you go. Wait, did they get unbanned? Reban trans women from the military because of the goon cave and draft cis. Wait, hold on. Okay. It's just doing goon math on the gender neutral goon cave. So only trans men? Obviously trans men.
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
Based.
No.
Based.
Okay, but don't you see the law? There's an issue. There's a problem here.
I said.
In the Air Force, it's all just paperwork. Oh, I thought the Air Force was all about being a fucking psychopath. I thought the Air Force was all about like meeting your friends by the water cooler and talking about how like you personally are the next Evel Knievel. And if you ever get in the, because there's for every one dude in a fighter jet, there's like 500 dudes pushing paperwork in the Air Force. So it's all of you guys, like, you know, like the jet pilot walks by you and like tosses his hair and you're like, wow. And you all talk about how when you get in the seat, you're going to do amazing shit. It's all like Top Gun. Yeah. Don't women squirt? Is that not nutting? Yeah. But if you have a pussy, you don't squirt every time you come. That's like, well, maybe for some people, but that's like a selective condition thing.
If feminists want the right to vote, right, then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world, I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
Tough shit.
I know, but I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy, because obviously, I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right? And so, then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service. Right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the women, because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's a whole nother conversation. But
wait,
no, I think if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay. So you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Tough shit.
Okay. So I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy that in your red pill, we're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make a point about. So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then probably don't draft women into the army.
Well, no, having draftees makes our military weaker. Guys, the Vietnam War was a huge mistake for like 50 reasons, and one of them was it turns out that people who don't want to be there make bad soldiers. There were a lot of officers who got murked in the middle of the night because they had been like so abusive to a bunch of like wannabe college students that they just literally there are so many stories of that fragging. Literally, the term fragging. Like, oh, your officer's using the porta potty outside the base. How'd that grenade get in there? Literally, or like they get dragged out in the middle of the night, beaten, rolled down a hill, and like sent over to Charlie. Like that shit happened a lot because it turns out like, hey, you know, it's people need to kind of want to be there a little bit. In order to not be completely ineffectual soldiers. They also let people in with mental disability. Yeah, also, if you want to keep the quality of the military up, maybe don't draft. How far do you guys think I can run, okay? You shouldn't draft me. Please don't draft me. You shouldn't draft me. I'll drop everything. I'll shit myself. Get away from me. Fuck off. The fucking the draft recruitment guy comes to my house, and the moment I make eye contact with him, my fucking forehead veins bulge as I try to drop the fattest shit in my pants possible. Draftees still have to pass basic training, lol. Well, back during the Vietnam War, basic training sometimes got skipped, and also sometimes basic training was a guy looking at you and going, I like the cut of your jib, son. Now take this rifle and go off to Nam. There was a lot of shorting of the process. Wow, Vosh, regarding fragging, the most reliable figure is 730 incidents from 69 to 71. Just 3 years and 730 officers were murdered by their own men in that specific way. Jesus. Yo, if you want a really bad example of what drafts can look like, in the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, more Soviet soldiers died to each other than they did to Afghan soldiers. By an enormous amount. Let me see if I can get the exact numbers on that. The official numbers are that 15,000 Soviet soldiers died to the Afghan soldiers, which is not true. It's definitely more than that. Okay, yeah, guys, look at this. Seriously, please look at this, okay? Because there was a draft during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, okay? Casualties and losses. 14,453 killed official figures. This is bullshit. The official figures we have are from the Soviet Union. There was very poor record keeping for these draftees. No shot. 26,000 killed, other sources, including 3,000 officers. Even from Soviet official records, more people died from other sources than from the actual fighting with the Mujahideen. And they lie about this number too, okay? This debate is 2 hours long, just FYI. Fuck, you're right.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying? Because you say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military. So we don't want you in the military. But because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean?
Other sources refers to people counting losses. Oh, other sources refers to other people counting losses. Okay, hold on 1 second then. That number was wrong, guys. That was other sources saying how many would have died there. Where's the number that relates to training accidents? I learned about this on the Lions Led by Donkeys, and I trust them. They wouldn't lie to me. By the time the Soviet Union withdrew from Afghanistan, over 50,000 documented casualties. Where is the Lefty misinfo? No, because I looked this up after the pod. I'll find it.
Hmm.
So what do we do about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes back to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like if we're voting for a commander in chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men. And women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well, just to be fair.
If we're really equal, have the same responsibility.
Okay.
But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Well,
the idea that it was like women who decided to only draft men is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, by the way. Yeah, dude, it was women who made that decision. That's so true. That's definitely how that panned out.
Your logic doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation, but it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't happened.
Mm-hmm.
So... Mm-hmm. So why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? Because there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's enough people in the Army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft. It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like women want all the rights without the responsibility.
What other ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men
sure.
are getting $300,000.
Well, they don't have the option. They don't even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option.
Okay.
Let's give them the option.
Make it equal. Not the option. It has to be mandatory.
I know, but you saying like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service, but it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying, no, okay. Because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying the policies are not, like, where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like
yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the Army is kind of a byproduct of patriarchy, because women are looked as that they'd weaken the military, as you pointed out. Is that possible that it's men driving that policy and not so much women?
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said
they
don't.
Yeah, yes, she did. Women want all the rights without the responsibilities. Also, hold on. The draft only applies up to being 35 years old, but we let 36-year-olds and on vote. Like, what? It's stupid. It's made up. Fake.
Try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of. I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
50 years. I mean, the last mandatory draft was like during Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making any sense. Like, okay, sure, let's put women into selective service. Fine, I'm fine with that. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father.
What?
So women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right?
The age-old financial abortion. Oh, by the way, notice how this completely contradicts her previous position of wanting to keep the family together. So she's like super insistent that no matter what, like you can't get divorced, but also men should be able to opt out of paying child support. Which these are completely mutually exclusive positions, except they both play to different male insecurities. One of which being I should get to own my woman forever, and the other which being if I don't want to be a father, I shouldn't have to be.
Right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers. I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do, they want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are fighting for equality. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
So
Jesus Christ.
You accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is. But yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not equal the way it is. Sure.
And feminists are fighting for equality.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but
do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, that's fair to say. Right.
Man, she's. This is
so when
really
you
bad.
You just mean like random women off the street.
Why did she come on here? Wait, like she's not even like if the point is grifting, she's not even remotely charismatic enough to what is the purpose of this? I told you it was awful, Vosh. Yeah, but like I thought it would be awful in the sense of like, you know, like she's dumb or whatever. Not like is she high? What's happening?
Like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
Yeah, but feminism
doesn't count.
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one. There's one that's I can't even remember. Some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Blondes.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder changed my mind. Versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, you know, the academia of what feminism means historically.
Okay, I'm very sorry, but I could not abide being wrong. I could not abide being wrong. And I had to look up. Okay. Dedov, Shina, and the Committee of Soldiers' Mothers under Gorbachev. 13th citation. In August 1989, the General Staff stated that 13,833 Soviet troops had died in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989, citing A. Likovsky, blah, 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 blah. The Committee of Soldiers' Mothers estimated that 38,000 non-combat deaths had occurred in the Soviet Army during the same period. For an example of democratic commentary highlighting the irony inherent in the fact that soldiers were more at risk in peacetime conditions at home than they had been in combat in Afghanistan. It was a committee of Soviet mothers, because if you were a soldier in the Soviet army and you died, what they would do is they would entomb you in like a lead or a zinc casket and ship you home. So like, if you were like a mother to a recruit or like a conscript, you would one day just see a zinc coffin outside of your door because it had been dropped there by some dude in a truck, and your kid was in there, and there's no way to open it because there's no door. It is a welded shut box of zinc. So the Committee of Soviet Mothers estimates that far more conscripts died, like in non-combat, due to hazing, murdering officers, so on and so forth, than actually died in combat in Afghanistan. I knew I was right on this. Okay, there we go. The citation has been found. Why zinc? Zinc is cheap. We make our pennies out of it. Sometimes the Soviets messed up and delivered coffins to the wrong house. Yeah, well, you know. It's not like, you know. Probably not good. Here, see? Zinc coffins. You can see that at the seam they're welded shut. Oh, you can see the 17 more Russian soldiers arrive home and... Wait, do they still do this? Wait, they still do this? This is still Russian practice? They send home zinc welded shut... Okay. I don't know why they do this. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, that's weird. Okay.
In modern day and previously.
Mm-hmm.
So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different.
Mm-hmm.
So, so feminists are in favor of equality, though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
Why even come on? Really, like literally, why even come on? Like, if at least grift properly. Like, are you just, is she being handled? Is there a handler? I don't understand.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on. Oh yeah, we're talking about.
You know what? I've come up with an interpretation. I think that this is just her soul being destroyed. No, seriously, think about it. Like, her entire grift is appealing to an audience of people who despise her. Her political arguments are centered around her own worthlessness. She downplays her own appearance as a way of, like, placating to the... So all the little, like, insecure, misogynistic boys who watch her are going like, at least she knows she's ugly. Like, yeah, I feel, yeah. It's not a happy life.
We're talking about feminism. So what other... So you're talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point, so let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that, like... Do you not think that the idea that the baby... Obviously, the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby is inside the woman's body.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that matters. Yeah.
So...
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like...
See? Dude, this is the grift, man. I'm pro-life, but I will advocate for a policy that would massively increase the amount of abortions because I still have to appeal to... the, like, this, like, women have it easier, like, fucking MGTOW logic.
Women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that, which is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support, you know. Not all, but, you know.
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If they don't want to be a father.
Yeah, right, but women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the choice to take Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to, you know, take the morning after pill. Women have the choice. You've like IUD. There's a million pills.
Right, but those will have to do with pregnancy. But I'm saying if
and
a
women
man
also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Women can also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Right, but if it's inherent, if it's inherently unfair to men, the easy solution is just it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, that.
Well, you can also say women.
To be fair, condoms do suck. With my argument now presented, you know, I'm just putting that out there.
Close your legs, like.
Yeah, but you're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men don't have a choice.
I'm saying women have like 10 choices. The men have.
But that's just biology.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make.
The guy could just not fuck. What if the guy just doesn't fuck? Huh? That's an option. Just jerk off.
The women can require that the men wear condoms too.
Right.
But you're only putting that
but
on
it's
the
men.
I'm just saying,
okay. I'm saying
once the baby is conceived,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
then the man has no choice, where the woman has a choice.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then, because
I hate abortion
so it's
discussions
your
so
opinion
much.
that
I
if
hate
a
it.
woman is
Oh,
pregnant,
it's a huge chunk. No. No. Guys, this is already such a long debate, and this is the topic I care least about in the world. Well, I care about it, but I don't care about listening to it. Okay, the next section is women lose value with age. This is way more interesting. This is so much more interesting to listen to. Okay, yeah, I'm moving to this. All right, I'm just gonna give the win to Ethan on the abortion subject because she's retarded and he's not. You know, yeah.
before we get into that, what is your message? Who are you speaking to, and what is it you're hoping that they take from this?
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. And I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35 and have a bunch of kids, and that's just not true.
Who's saying that?
I just think it's the message.
Women do not get told. Every woman I have ever known has moms and sisters and aunts who are telling her when she's like 20, when are you going to settle down with a nice guy? When are you going to settle down with a nice guy? Come on, you know? Like, I do not, I think the pressure is coming in the opposite direction, as a matter of fact.
Message that's pushed by the media and culture today. So
the media is telling women to get married at 35?
I mean, what have you ever seen? Like, what's a homemaker that's on TV?
What?
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
No, but I'm saying like we don't have them in the media and the culture.
Oh,
like family really isn't. It's really family really isn't.
Because the average American can't afford to live on a single income. Why would there be? Also, Skylar White. But second of all, yeah, Marge Simpson. Third of all, like the average person can't live in that arrangement. So
pushed. And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women. You know, men are constantly shamed when they have a standard.
What? Wait, what?
So
wait. Men are called ageist if they don't want younger. Did she mean older? She had to have misspoken on some level here. She's defended pedophilia on Twitter before, so there's like an angle to that. It has to be. Oh, I hit the button. She probably misspoke. Probably. Also, guys going after younger girls, the term there isn't ageist. That's not the term people use.
I mean, that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the context.
I've heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true. So and a lot of times it's women.
You're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value is going down. And,
yes,
and your message,
to men, your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like that.
Pedo shit. The idea that at 23, listen. So the wall's not even at 30 anymore. Now the wall's at 22. Pedo shit. Pedo shit. I guess it works more for like, because like most of her audience is like underage boys who hate women. So to them, it's like, oh, 22-year-old. Yeah, that's like ancient, you know. But yeah, pedo shit. Yeah, you hit 23 and it's over. It's fucking over. Maybe for white girls.
Doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that, but yeah.
And so your message to them is nothing. You're just saying that because it's true. I mean, why not just say the sun is hot?
I mean, don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
Right, get married as young as you can.
Yeah.
Now, you seem to offer a lot of advice to who you're mostly giving advice to women. Would you say?
I wouldn't really. Okay. I wouldn't really.
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men,
like I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this. I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
So as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger virgins, right? That's important. Ugh. And so any woman who's not...
Well, historically, virginity has always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So, it's more...
Didn't admit to. Plenty of people were having premarital sex. Obviously, they wouldn't admit to it. If you go back far enough, if you admitted to it, then you'd be, I don't know, clubbed by your local constable or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, people were having premarital sex. People actually have less sex now than they did before. All the evidence we have when it comes to like people having sex young is actually it's going in the other direction. People are having fewer friends, fewer sexual partners, having sex later, having sex less often, having fewer friends. The idea that it's going in the opposite direction is purely an optics and image thing. Right now we have TikTok and Instagram where we can see young people who look like they're slutting it up. In reality, people have always been slutting it up. We just haven't always had social media. And also in reality, a lot of people who claim to be slutting it up are in fact lying to you. It's an aesthetic. People have always been slutty. It turns out, sex actually does feel kind of good. So that, that's a motivator.
Or abnormal now that women are not virgins anymore.
Do you know what an appeal to a tradition is?
What
we did 100 years
saying,
ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like the outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and it's tough because there are studies both ways. When
we have a higher use of basically all psychiatric medicine than we used to, because a lot of psychiatric medicine didn't exist in the past. So obviously, we have more of every medical technique and thing used now of all medicine.
When it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children, that most women wanted to have kids at some point in their life. And I just think, and you can see what happens in front of you. Like, you're not blind. Women are happier with a family.
Again, you're doing the I'm not blind. I see this, which is kind of an emotional argument. Antidepressants didn't exist.
You just want to call me emotional today.
This is also another selection bias problem. People who have families are usually in better positions than people who don't. Having a family can make people happy, but there are people for whom having a family would not make them happy, and those people tend not to pursue families. So this whole people with families are happier thing is a self-selection problem. Again, where you are looking at a group of people. It's like the whole people who are married tend to have higher incomes thing. And Sargon of Akkad was like, well, if people married, then maybe they'd make more money. And it's, well, no, people who make more money are more likely to get married because they're more financially secure.
Your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who says
the sexism I face in this country. I just get called emotional.
Right. Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like, how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well, I listed. Before
I've listed multiple feelings.
Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean, we're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too. I think those
we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't. It's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
So it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. One out of 4 women have an STD. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. It's like, these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
I don't think, in my opinion.
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Feels pretty good.
Sleeping around like you're talking about 100 plus partners isn't good for men or women.
Okay,
that's my
do you
opinion.
think women sleeping
Wow, slut shaming from Ethan Wow.
Partners is good.
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women having multiple partners.
Do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person and the relationships. People. I mean, the premise is neutral.
The response to this is always freedom is good for people. Like, we live in a free society. People should be free to make choices. Not all those choices will be good for them, but making choices that are bad for you is part of the tapestry that allows you to grow as a person, rather than just prescribing a life path for somebody from the beginning. Some people will only ever want to have sex with one person. Some people won't. And you have to let those people find out.
The premise doesn't imply, people, men and women have good and bad relationships. Some benefit them, some don't.
Mm-hmm. Overall, multiple partners, you would say good for women or bad for women?
I literally cannot answer that question because it makes no sense. It depends on the relationship.
It's like asking like, hey, eating at 3 restaurants or just eating at 1. Like it doesn't. It's a meaningless question. It's like, well, what makes you happy? It changes person to person. And she sleeps around, by the way. Again, all the like trad wife grifter type, like 100%. You know, she knows that. It's just like the young boys who are watching want to believe that controlling every aspect of women's life is for their betterment. The argument that women should be subservient trad wives because it's for their own good is materially no different from the old paternalistic argument that blacks are best kept as slaves because they're patronized by their white owners for their entire lives and kept in conditions better than that which they could create for themselves. It's bullshit, but white people coped hard and tried to convince themselves they were actually doing this for the benefit of the black people they owned. Obviously, they weren't. They just wanted free labor, but, you know.
Relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer it. I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have multiple partners. I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Why?
So, I think because it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
What?
Yeah, like women sleeping with multiple people. I don't think that's a good thing.
You can get heartbroken with
nice argument.
Yeah, but that's true. But I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same? Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But you, so
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either. But I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on, you keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want to say, if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory, then that would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
Yeah. Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If men and women are both on antidepressants at the same rate, then that would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous. So I think that is worth bringing up.
I mean, you could argue a lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So I mean, you could if 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago, and everyone's on antidepressants. Maybe
so was society perfect 100 years ago?
Maybe.
Notice how she went from these women wouldn't admit to premarital sex, and now she's jumped over to they were virgins. Bro, like the idea, oh man, it's really dumb. There's a lot of like historical and anthropological research on mating cultures and like virginity and sexuality in like pre-modern society, like medieval Europe and going back further than that. And it's a really, really complicated subject. But the general like gist that I've learned in the little bits that I have read is that people were way, way sluttier than we think they were. Because think of who was writing the books back then that we use as citations for how people acted. Like, do you think the average, like, bawdy, like, peasant in the 1400s was, like, describing all of the, you know, something that would have gotten them burned if, like, the local priest came by to look at it? No! This writing was being done by priests. Priests and noblemen. They weren't writing down the experiences of like, the average fucking, you know, like, medieval peasantry. But the little bits of knowledge that we do have, like, people were slutty as shit. People love the idea. Like, do you go back to like tribal human society? Do you think tribal humanity was like monogamous? The concept of marriage wasn't discovered in a ditch, you know. Like, we came up with that, but even after we did, it's not like people just chose one partner for life. It's psychotic. Yes, plenty of people were the village bicycle. If you want to return to tradition, listen, returning to tradition, okay, is getting railed by like 6 dudes in your tribe because they're all just finished making bricks out of clay and they need the sun to dry it, all right? That's returning to tradition, okay? I assume.
It doesn't have good outcomes for women.
Yeah, and then not writing it down.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins.
I didn't say perfect, but there was more intact families. Which
the
I think
life
is
expectancy was like 50 back then. Just so you know.
I did not say. I don't know what does that have to do with anything.
Well, you're saying the quality of life. I mean, things were better back then.
I said we had more intact families, which I think is important.
Okay,
that's not true, actually. first of all, men would leave all the time back in those days because they could just leave. In an era before like modern surveillance and the nation state, if you commit a crime or want to just leave your wife, you simply walk outside and then keep walking for a bit, and congratulations. There's no Facebook, there's no phones, there's no database, there's no social security number. If you want to leave your family, you can. Also, families were not intact in many cases because the men would die. They would die in constant war, banditry, highwaymen, disease, famine. Families were often torn apart through misery and strife, more so than anything. And if you wanted to leave, you just could, and many people did. And oh boy, was there a lot of rape, folks. Oh, man.
Let's talk about where were we? We were talking about, we were on the topic of men wanting younger women. Here, did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one, sorry. Men want younger women. We watched this whole clip. So I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men,
For
when
sure,
they have money, they have status, they're going to want a younger and more virgin woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bit of a question, and I'm being honest here. Is it possible for, and you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? I mean, we could say that. We can put men into those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say
What?
you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes, I would
Yeah.
say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, a guy that you would settle
That's a
for
good
would
question.
be a loser by your own metrics.
That's
Low
pretty good,
value.
actually.
What are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's
how
why
do you?
I think that's why you see more men
Fine.
walking away from relationships.
No. How do you
yeah.
enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
Because it's a hole in her ideology, right? The idea of like, so the basic argument that she's making is that like any coupling that is not like a virgin fucking 18-year-old with an older high value male or whatever, like all of those are just like fucked, you know? But she can't answer. It kind of implicates her as well.
It's interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook
Yeah,
either.
I don't
Really?
expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
And now she's shit talking whatever guy she's going to get with. Why would any guy get with her now? Because now it's like, oh, okay, so like I'm low value now. She can't even cook?
When I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think
Very-
you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What value will I be settling on in my
What
personal
man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just kind of, I think that's a bit of a inappropriate like question. But
That's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you and put this analysis into use. Why is it
Well, because the way
inappropriate?
you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous. I think most women in,
How is it disingenuous?
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay.
Oh my God.
Why? Why is it disingenuous?
So this is not she cannot answer these questions without implicating either herself or her ideology. There's not actually a way. There's no way to thread this needle because the logic is inherently contradictory. So she has to not answer, or she can maybe like lead around and half answer a few times, but she can't actually get to the bottom of this because it won't settle it. It's not good for her.
I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women and men. Why is that disingenuous?
I don't. Okay.
Like, I think it's fair to say, because we're talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
No. What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I wish I was a virgin. You know, I should have waited.
No.
Like, I don't know what. Like, I don't. You know, most guys don't expect that in 2023. Unfortunately, I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that like that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
Okay, but
I think
hold on.
it's silly to say like
Pearl.
that.
I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a
lot better.
Okay,
I've
good. You're working towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So, what is the point of telling people that they're?
Because a lot of times we're lied to. We're not even told what men want. Being told that men want younger women is like crazy, even though that's something.
Yeah, dude. Nobody says that. No, but I've never heard anyone say that. The men tend to go after younger women. I'm learning that now, as a matter of fact.
True, by the way. It's not. That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want. Okay, who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old, just based on looks and nothing else.
So, yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, obviously that literally depends on the 50 and the 18-year-old. Well, like, that's a stupid question to begin with, because there are ugly 18-year-olds and there are hot fucking actors. So this is stupid on so many levels. Guys, okay, look, all right? I know that age gap discourse has reached an incredibly toxic point where, like, people on TikTok are arguing whether or not it's problematic for, like, 18 and 3-month-year-olds to be in a relationship with 18 and 9-month-year-olds. And I'm not going to touch on any of that shit, okay? I'm almost 30, all right? I have my Tinder range set from like 22 to 40 or whatever, okay? If there's some chick who has like who just got her bachelor's degree in college, because that's what a 22-year-old is at, more or less, and she wants to get absolutely fucking beaten the fuck out, like back walls just destroyed, I'm not going to look at that DM and go, oh, well, it's actually problematic. The back walls of the that should be... No, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I think that if you specifically and actively go after younger people, it's usually reflective of immaturity or predatory intentions on your part. Usually because you're like, you want somebody who's like in a weaker position in life, like socially less developed, or economically less developed, and it means that it's easier for you to kind of like lead them around. I don't think that it's necessarily bad for there to be age gaps. Generally speaking, I think the average age gap between men and women for relationships is 3 years. Like the man is on average 3 years older. That's like, whatever, 3 years. That's fine for two adults. So I don't really see much of an issue with that. It's mostly like the predatory intention of specifically going after younger people. Now, if you're like 40 and you meet a 25-year-old girl who's actually like really sweet and nice and you two get along well, I'm not going to stand in the way of love or whatever. I'm not saying it's always bad, even if there's a large age gap, assuming both of you are adults, obviously. It's mostly the predatory intentions thing to me. And I think it's always something you should keep in mind, because if you leave like this stuff untracked, it can get pretty bad when it comes to like potential exploitation. The thing is, though, man, if you're unironically arguing that like 23-year-old girls are over the wall, you are a pedophile. You are literally a pedophile. 23, there are people who are still rounding out puberty at 23. That is pedo shit. The idea, like, okay, I recently had the fucking displeasure while in downtown of seeing a group of high schoolers, okay? They looked taller, so I'm guessing they were junior or senior year, which means they would have been around 18. You're aware 18-year-olds are literal babies, right? Okay? I didn't think that when I was 18. Now I do, all right? I'm a fucking adult. I'm a pays my own taxes, files the forms, goes down to the auto shop to have the fucking the oil change, tires, brake pads, ball. I'm an adult, okay? The 18-year-olds are these gangly, pimply, wheezy little fucks. They're like alien things, okay? The idea that these things, these creatures are in any way, shape, or form more desirable as partners to a chick who's like in her mid-20s is insane. That is psycho shit. You are mentally ill. Your brain is damaged beyond repair. You are broken. You're a broken person. Not to mention just like talking to people that young, man. Like, because like I've talked to like 23, 22, what, like just out of college, I'll blow back balls out fine, but like, even that age gap, like 29 to 22 or 23 or whatever, that's significant enough where sometimes I feel like I'm talking to them, but they're a little too goofy goober for my taste. You understand what I'm talking about? I feel like these people do not understand how to file for tax deductions, okay? If I handed these motherfuckers their forms, I feel like they would just look at me confused. There's a gap there. Look, I'm just saying, I'm not going to be one of those people who's like, you sicko, she's 3 days younger than you. However, the ideology that Just Pearly Things is pushing here is designed to appeal to, again, either young boys who don't mind hearing shit like women peak at 22 because 22 is 10 years older than them, or B, divorced, bitter older men who are probably pedophiles.
Like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like,
Pearl.
dude, come on,
A low value man.
Pearl.
A low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel.
So you'll take anything.
No, I won't take anything. It's a bit silly.
Your standards are quite low.
I didn't say. That's not what I said, but okay.
You said I'll be happy if I get married. I don't, you know what I mean? Hey,
yeah,
anybody who marries me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
How would you? So, where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
A 5? Yeah, that's fair. I think. I mean, based on your metric, I'm not saying one way or the other. So we're looking for.
I think I'm a 5.
So you're saying that all men want.
Okay, the ultimate defeater to this pedophile argument that is being expressed right now. The ultimate defeater. Easy, okay? It's that Rio Morales. Miles Morales' mom has to be at least in her mid-30s, probably older. Effortlessly defeated. It's over. Defeated the entire red pill. She looks 20? No. People just for some reason think that 30-year-olds are old or whatever. If you take good care of your skin, you can look great for a while, all right? Wear sunscreen, use facial moisturizer. You're gonna be okay. Also, don't be white.
To have sex with younger women. This is kind of interesting data, but are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018, MILF.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, men like to have sex with older women.
But why is it the most searched for?
Yeah,
they're looking for MILFs, and when they watch porn.
Are you saying porn is the same thing as marriage and relationships?
You say men want to have.
She would 100% use the popularity of the teen category as an argument in favor of men liking younger women.
Sex with young girls. Why then are men when they're
women? When you say young girls, that's a bit.
Okay, 22. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most searched. Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something? 2018, yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No. It's not about picky. It's about preference. They looked for.
Whoa. I thought men were so picky that women begin to lose sexual value after 22. Now they're not picky whenever it turns out they like people who are a lot older than 22? Curious. Almost like this is all made up bullshit.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do you think like the #1, like they swipe right on younger women?
That's
Do you
just
do
the
you
thing
think
you
it's
said.
do you think it's equal, an 18 or 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in
I
terms
don't-
of looks? No, I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would
Maybe
say
like -5 years.
Yeah, but younger typically.
Typically.
Not older.
Well, I
It's
mean,
interesting
plus or
that you
minus
said
5
that.
years.
Younger.
Plus or
Yeah,
minus.
younger. Right.
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first,
Well, I'm
but
telling you, plus or minus.
okay.
There's no take backsies. No take backs. You said younger. Yeah, but so how do you explain that?
Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
5 to 7 years older. I haven't heard that. I think on average, women's ideal partner age is like their age. Like there's a chart where it's like women's preferred partner age is basically their age, and men's just stays around like mid-20s or something like that. That's 7 years older? That's made up.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most searched category?
Guys like to watch, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that. So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things.
This is another nonsense question. It depends on the life circumstances. It's not better. It's like better for the person. Literally, it's yeah.
I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
So that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting
I would
divorced,
say overall younger is better than older.
but if younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
the youngest, not younger. But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was, so it's not really a fair
Right, but that
comparison.
doesn't change biology. Like, so when it comes to children,
Yeah, 48% of those who marry before the age of 18 are likely to divorce within 10 years, compared to 25% for those who marry after the age of 25. Another link says couples who get married at 20 are 50% more likely to divorce than couples who wait until they're 25, with 28 being the sweet spot.
and like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So, we can have a cultural shift, but that doesn't change your biology.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We have methods of making it easier for older women to have babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like the cultural shift is
You're talking
matching
about
the
IVF?
scientific.
You're talking
IVF,
about, like,
it's not just IVF. There's fertility treatments you can get. I've done it with my wife. It's less invasive. It's like taking hormones and stuff. And so the science.
I can pull up the numbers, but the majority of IVF fails, especially over a certain age. I can pull it up.
So
I think it's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
Yeah, most fertility treatments isn't IVF. There's less invasive, less impactful, less expensive things that you can do that are really effective.
Right. You can, but again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatments.
Okay.
Like, I think that's easy for you to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should be free. I agree.
But no,
well, people can't afford to have kids if that's the case either. Kids are expensive.
No, I don't think that you should pay for other people's decisions. I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say when you're in you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Thank you for saying that. We shouldn't pay for what other people do. Should we pay for prisoners or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay
it's either pay for prison or execute them.
Okay, right. That's extreme.
Either the two.
In a sense, though, I'm trying to make it like somewhat
that's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000 a year. The average prisoner.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or even more now. Probably like
significantly more. I think it's like close to 70,000 or something like that.
70,000.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up. So
that's
I have the right
crazy. Because the IVF is obviously way cheaper than that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do about them?
Kids are expensive.
Execute or put them in.
Or what else? What would you do with prisoners? We're spending $45,000 a year. What do we do with them?
Yeah, the average is it looks like 45,000.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
What are they in prison for? I don't know much about. It's kind of a different, topic, but I do think we should execute.
Well, they're all
rapists.
costing us the same amount of money,
Rapists
45,000.
we can execute. and murderers. Yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
but
IVF,
in
let's say,
general,
costs
in general, but
$10,000.
I guess I guess prison would make a bit more sense because you want a safe society, so that's something everybody benefits from. But I don't benefit if Susie down the streets waits till she's 35 to get married.
But
and
then her family will be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced. The kids will.
Has the whole thing been this fucking stupid? Yes.
Grow up in a stable household.
I mean, or she could do that when she's younger. Like again, we're
Right,
always
but that's
trying
not
to
how it
develop
works,
women.
and you know that. You look at the stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced. Young people don't make as much money.
What
Younger
do you mean
people have
by-
less
what do you
time to
mean
spend.
by- what do you mean by young? So like I think the stat I saw was under the age of 21, but it's like between above that the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
Yeah, if they want to. I think people. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I think more time you can spend with a husband rather than just like out on the dating market. I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
So here is an interesting regarding men wanting to sleep with younger women.
The top.
So
the obsession with virginal women is that many insecure, misogynistic men are fucking petrified of having sex with a woman who's had sex with a man who does it better. You know, I think like you got to understand how insecure men are. All right, and just having had sex with both men and women, I feel like I have some degree of like expertise in this particular subject. Okay, if you're having sex with a woman and she's sucking your dick, all right, and then and it was good, feels good, you know. And she's like, oh, haha, how'd I do? And then you're like, oh, pretty good. She's like, oh, yeah, it's the best you've ever had. And I'm like, oh, it's really, really good. I mean, you know, it's pretty great. Like, that's, you know, I feel like that's the end of the conversation right there because she's just kind of like, it's bouncing or whatever. But if you're with a guy or something, or if a girl's with a guy and the guy's fucking her, and afterwards she's like, that was good, and he's like, oh, was that the best you've ever had? And she's like, oh yeah, it was great. I feel like that guy's 2 seconds from shooting her. If you're a chick and a guy just asks you if that was the best you've ever had, okay, you need to be reaching for your fucking bedside drawer where you keep the gun, okay? Because he's about to kill himself or you or both. I don't know. It's like if you're having sex with a chick, I feel like you can just talk about other girls you've been with having bigger tits. Like, I've never even thought about that. Like, if you grab their tits and say, oh my God, these are like almost the biggest I've ever had. Holy shit. Like, I think that's fine. Or at the very least, like, maybe they'll be mildly miffed or whatever. But if you talk about a guy's dick, like, they'll fucking kill you. Guys cannot stand. They're so caught up in insecurity about being the best sexual partner that they would literally rather limit themselves to, like, it'd be weird, but, like, yeah. Straight people in chat think that's weird. Queer people have very different conversations during sex than you guys do, okay? Don't worry about it. But like guys would literally rather like limit themselves to fucking virgins than risk being unfavorably compared to anyone else. It's just wild. It's just completely wild.
I've been trying to source that figure.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
How old is Abba?
She's
27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reid. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
I think, and for us, it's like 18 to 28.
Lana Rhodes
is 26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah,
but again, the most searched.
But like 18 to 28.
Just because they're the most popular doesn't mean it's the most popular category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 22-year-old head large mainstream porn stars.
I mean,
this is
22
a quality
versus
conversation.
26, it's not that. Like we say 18 and 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean, 28? It slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It slowly declines, but 18 to 28 is a woman's peak.
Peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been trying this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds. I haven't been able to find any source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this book.
Can we put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
They already do. Yeah, they
That's
do.
Exactly
they're slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only
to profit private corporations, by the way. It doesn't benefit you at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good system.
You seem very knowledgeable in the prison system. I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to. No. I don't expect you to be. So, in terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age. the only source for that I could
So
find.
they find that the most attractive.
The only source for that I could find was a book called
Can you look up
Dataclism.
what's the okay, yeah.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty.
I think this is a bad conversation to have, primarily because, as far as I can tell, it does seem like guys will always find like mid-20s or something like attractive. Not necessarily the most attractive, but just attractive. You know, whether or not it's most varies or for a variety of reasons. I just think like more like the question we should be asking is like why, right? Like why is that? That doesn't just happen neutrally or whatever.
Be poor, so it's not really that high quality of a source. But I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive, but in the same study it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
Ah.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But not the most.
How did they source interested in and desirable?
By asking.
I think
how did they just ask them?
That is how you do that. Yes, there's not like a chemical you can read it in their brain to get a number on that. You do have to ask them. Yes.
It wasn't even really a study. This was a book. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you got your statistics from, but it was the closest thing that we could find to the stats that you were laying out. And it did, again, it has shown that 20 to 50 men, when asked who they find the most attractive, the answers generally fall in that range, 20 to 23. However, this wasn't really a study. This was a book by the CEO of OkCupid, and he was basing all of this off of analyzing the raw data from OkCupid. And this was in 2014, so it was about a decade ago.
But they're most interested.
Right, and they found the same conclusion that Ethan just pointed out, that though they may find younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it.
Wouldn't you? I feel like you might get the same answers from a lot of women on this too. Like if you show some like mid-20s like heartthrob college dudes or whatever, and then it's like, then there's guys your age. I think most women probably like, oh yeah, you know, like in a fantasy, like I'd have a romp with those guys. Yeah, of course. But you know, I want to be with someone my age. I feel like I think that's a normal way to think. I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's normal. I'm sure that when I'm 50, I will still find girls who are 25 attractive. The question will be, can I stand to listen to them talk? Probably not.
Even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with looks for men.
This is dating.
But I'm saying it starts with looks for men. You're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
Yeah,
so I mean, there's some older women that that look good enough to get into the door, but it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks. So if they find the 22-year-olds the most attractive, that's what you need to get in the door first. It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but
this is cap. That gatekeep for appearance affects men more than it does women. Even unattractive women on Tinder get nonstop right swipes. This is the other way around. I thought men were the ones who have this like ultra like preferential attractive thing towards young women or whatever. Men take what they can get on dating apps. Women are the ones who gatekeep by hyper selecting for like very specific guys. This is the opposite of true.
It's going to be a lot harder. And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
Yeah, I didn't say that. But you're saying men...
Wait, dating is easier when you're older. Whoa. Literally everyone that I've ever heard talk about dating as in like mid-20s versus mid-30s has said that mid-30s is way easier because you have yourself figured out, you normally have more stuff in your life secure, and you're not dealing as much with like the immediate like breakout race of a bunch of college somethings who are just looking to fuck as many people as possible but aren't actually taking relationships seriously. I've heard that from a lot of people. I'm in the middle. I'm almost 30, so right. I'm right in between those 2 points. But that is definitely what I've heard. It looks like people in chat are saying like middle of the road, right? Like it's opposite. Like sometimes it's easier 30, sometimes it's harder. I've heard easier, but
you're saying men
tend to
dating is easier, hooking up is not easier. No, I'm talking dating, but she's advocating for people to be monogamous anyway, right? So I'd be talking dating here. Hooking up, like yeah, sure, you're in college, you're doing coke off people's dicks, whatever.
in general like younger women.
But
Find younger women more attractive.
But
I don't
not
think
who
it's
they're
accurate to
interested
say
Right, but
they
it
like
starts,
young.
but everything
interested.
starts, but men, it starts with looks. So you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
I think
Do
you're
you
making a
disagree?
big generalization about all men.
Okay, do you disagree with that? You don't think it starts
I think
with
a lot
looks?
of men have a lot of different preferences, and I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
Okay.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
I think that it starts with looks for men.
And looks
I
is
think
pretty subjective,
I
wouldn't
would
you say?
no, I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Beauty is objective.
Based on
That's
what?
an interesting take. Okay.
Based on what?
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head,
Because
Ethan.
this one from OkCupid said men are most interested in men of their own age. Or sorry, women of their own age.
It said women. They find women the most attractive at 22.
23.
Or 23, right?
Yeah, but they don't want to date.
My argument.
They don't want
is
to
that
date them though. They don't want to date them.
Yeah, they find them more attractive.
Can I? You guys don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
what does that have to do with being 22?
Find that the most attractive. Men tend to find younger women more attractive.
I think you have a really.
I think it's like dishonest to say. Do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody said that.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
I genuinely don't know. I think that if you're 35, you probably have a better likelihood of finding a serious, mutually considerate relationship. And at 22, you're more likely to fuck people in the bathrooms at parties. I like there are different stages in life.
Yeah, of course. I think
For men too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for both.
Yeah, but do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women?
As they get older?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No, no, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion. My opinion is that it's probably similar. Probably similar.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I saw a different dating app that I saw a different, I think it was either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18 and the most swiped right on age for men
that's just
was
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger
50.
people on dating apps than older people.
Sure.
Like if you looked at age distribution, it'd be a vast majority of younger people.
Well, and when they asked men what age they preferred to date, I think it was like 5 to 7, like 5 years younger was the average, and women it was 5 to 7 years older. So even if we just go off of women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men.
That's all you're just saying stuff. I mean, you're just saying stuff based on what you think is real. I don't think any of that is necessarily true.
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yeah, but you say this stuff all the time on your show, so I would expect you to be somewhat familiar with the.
I mean, it just depends on, like, sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
You know.
You want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
God damn it, she takes forever to find shit.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy Love is number 8. She's 50. Men they like MILFs, man. Men like MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like men like that.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Do you think men want to date a child for relationships because they're more attractive?
I think men prefer younger women in general.
In relationships.
Yes.
That's just. I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data. It says men are more
younger than them typically.
Younger than them. That's a different. That's not men want to date 22-year-olds.
I wish there would be more of a discussion here on like why these preferences exist. Like, why is there a difference when it comes to like the fetishization of youth and stuff? Beauty standards aren't objective. They've shifted between cultures and between time periods a ton. We know that for a fact. It's not arguable. So, like, what has led to a situation where, you know, like one of the most popular porn categories, like teen category, and guys are like hyper fixated on super young women or whatever, even though, like, I don't know. I think that even if you look at like 18-year-olds or whatever, they're like gangly freaks compared to at the very least, women in their mid-20s. Like why? Right? What is that? Why is that? And I think a lot of that is because people like Just Pearly Things, and it's like an innately self-destructive process too. But this difference between who you're attracted to and who you're interested in is like a pretty meaningful one, you know? because depending on how you fudge the numbers on that or how exactly you phrase that data, things look very, very different.
A 50-year-old
They're
doesn't.
the most attracted to 22-year-olds, and looks gets you in the door.
Yeah, but it doesn't
just
get you in the door. That's just step one.
You're saying different things. In this culture, if a man is walking around with a 22-year-old, people are going to think that's weird. People think it's weird.
It says 2 out of the 5 top porn.
Oh, see, look, this is her data right here, okay? So, wow, look, red pill confirmed. A man's age versus the age of the women who look best to him. So the black line is the man's age from 20 to 50, and then which women look best to him? Well, pretty much always women in their early 20s, right here. Like, that's right here. So, oh, wow. And then here's the women's age versus the age of men who look the best to her. Oh, wow, see? Right here, women fall. Though, interestingly, as the woman gets older, they also start to trend younger with who they're more attracted to. Oh, what could it mean? But then, here are the age range of women men say they're most interested in. That's the gray bar right here. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. Guys are setting age ranges that don't even include the ages of the women they find most attractive. And if you go by the women men message the most, oh, well, now we're catching up by quite a bit. So the women men make contact with the most, while still younger on average, are more within like the 5 to 10 years younger than everyone being in their early 20s. And then hardly any men in their 30s message 20-year-old women. Whoa! Contacts from a random sample of 10,000 men. And then the older you get, wow, look at that, past 30, far fewer of them contact a 20-year-old woman. So it looks like, in the abstract, if we're talking about like looking at an image of a woman, a picture, a video, a porn film, whatever, guys will be like, oh, I love these young 20-somethings. But when you look at real life, how people actually date, actually marry, actually spend time together, men do have a preference for women that are a bit younger than them, but overall, for the most part, they keep in trend pretty well. That's why the average age gap is like 3 years or something. USA average age gap. About 2.3 years. Not even 3 years. 2.3 years. So this is literally like a fantasy versus real life thing. And I'll attest to that, okay? Right now, I find 25-year-old women attractive. When I'm 50, I'm sure I will too. When I'm 50 years old, I'll probably look at porn that has 25-year-old women in it, and I'll be like, ah, she's hot, or whatever. But that doesn't mean I would want to, like, date and live with a 25-year-old. This is a very clear divide between people's abstract, oh, who looks the most like a model preference, and real life, who would I rather spend time with preference. And by the way, it's the same for women, okay? Women look at porn too, and I guarantee you that the guys that they're looking at, or if they look at gay porn, which a lot of women do, you know, a lot of them are going to be like mid-20-somethings. It's the heart-dick divide. And this is a fine, normal thing as long as you don't turn it into some kind of political cult where you obsess over like a highly regimented hierarchical society where women and men are ranked and ordered and numbered in accordance with their attractiveness, and everyone must meet and monogamously breed. Like, come on.
Porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started young.
So?
I just feel pretty depressed thinking about relationships. No, stop! That's the whole point! People like Just Pearly Things are the ones making this discourse worse by conflating abstract pornography, dating app-based preferences with like the actual experiences that people have dating. This is the blur that's making things worse. She is aggravating the ennui. This is being made more inhuman.
They're old now.
They built their fan base.
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be hot.
I don't think it works that way. You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base.
Bro, what do you think? They're YouTubers. They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
Come on.
Also, the age appeal of a porn star has nothing to do with their actual age. There are 30-year-old porn stars who play just legal 18-year-old teens, and there are porn stars that are like 28 that play MILFs. It's literally they're actresses. It's porn.
I don't find that analysis very interesting. And apparently you don't either because
me at everything Just Pearly Things says.
Sweetie Fox 22.
Okay, we're literally just meandering. At this point, I'm moving to the next section. Pearl Davis's weird take on slavery. Really?
Who talks about the history of slavery. So
yeah, literally, Merrick. Yeah.
Oh, but do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just again.
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay.
Dude,
no, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo. We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby. Let's see the world as it is.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it's embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not.
Watch this 58-minute video on the death of the West.
Sounds like a blue pilled attitude to me.
That's true.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips.
Being asked about her positions is bad faith? Oh my God.
Of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that. You can disavow it. That would be super easy to say I was wrong.
Full interview where I'm quoting somebody. Like if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like, that's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
the point of my channel isn't.
I know, but you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on, let me see.
Because I was talking about how the founder of Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots.
Thomas Sowell, very known, excellent, high IQ researcher on race relations. That's right.
Talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by.
Okay.
That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology, you know, myth doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish.
Is that Nick Fuentes?
But here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick Fuentes agrees.
But wait, oh my gosh.
She's friends with Fuentes. That makes sense because they're both unfuckable.
5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book. So I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
You're not being honest. You say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup.
Considering that Nick Fuentes is a closeted trans woman, I feel like her brand of self-hating misogyny is actually perfect. Together, listen, okay? Pearly Davis and Nick Fuentes are like if TTTT defused, okay? You have the perfect blend of far-right self-hatred, repression, staying in the closet. I don't know. I feel like that's it. Like, and if you brought them back together, there'd be synthesis.
Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
Again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about. And I don't really feel like getting into it today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you
it's just like the pussy shit Nazis do every time, where it's like, actually my inability to defend my positions is a product of the fact that Jews control us and won't let me say these things. It's weak. It's weak.
That analogy? That's the author you're quoting. Do you think that's a fair analogy?
That's a quite one-sided way to write his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do. You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
Remember how I said earlier that what she does is a lot like how white slave owners would perpetuate the myth that blacks benefited from their slavery because they were patronized by the
Washington. Did you say that?
What is wrong with her?
I don't remember.
I
think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids. But
did he own slaves?
What?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, not romantic to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like, he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as
I
simple.
just got a big fucking super chat. Holy shit, Nadir Zaveri, thank you so much for the 300. Once this is done, I'll read everything, including that. Thank you so much. God damn. That really, it's the soothing money really takes the pain away from the incredible agony of listening to Just Pearly Things. Thank you so much.
He could have just like let them go because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, your opinions. You said it. To be clear, by the way, because this is another one of those things where, like, well, they don't want us to talk about this, okay? First of all, yes, Washington was absolutely evil. Mount Vernon, a lot of people died and suffered there. Additionally, one of these paternalistic white savior myths is like, oh, well, many of the slaves looked up to their owners. And the truth to that is a lot of them did, and you have to understand that is common to literally every system of abuse, slavery, and authoritarianism in human history. Every system. You want to go to the pharaohs, the Führer, the Japanese emperor, military commanders who would beat and rape their like the idea, like it's like, well, you know, the soldiers looked up to their commander as a father, even as he would like terrorize them. It doesn't. It's a meaningless. Yeah, you all look up to me, even though I abuse you. Exactly. It's a completely meaningless statement, and it's basically just a way of going like, oh, no, there was like a true fraternity between them, and that's not true. It doesn't mean anything. The emotional state of people who have suffered is not materially relevant to their suffering in all cases. Obviously. Otherwise, Stockholm Syndrome would mean actually it wasn't kidnapping or whatever. Like, we don't factor that in ethically because there are systems the human brain uses to cope with suffering, up to and including, like, sympathy for those who are abusing you. Yeah, it's Stockholm Syndrome, but there's a lot of other stuff, too. It's a complicated network of psychological problems that humans have developed because our brains are feeble and soft.
No, I just want I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think there was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and you know, I can't really talk about this. Like, even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't say.
Weak. Like, when have I ever let this stop me? I have fallen upon the sword 500,000 times, making any argument I want. You fucking weakling. Jesus Christ.
I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say, like, slavery was a horrible institution.
Also worth noting that slaves capable of writing memoirs were more likely to be house slaves, therefore the slaves held in higher regard, therefore not you, you're better than them, you can work with us in the house because you're not openly antagonistic towards us, and so on and so on. Also, obviously, like, she's lying or saw selective accounts. overall, the record we have of former slaves who became literate after their slavery is that they wish they could have killed their slave owners sooner. Like, it's not like this is not like an up in the air historical question. Oh my God, that is a very we're gotta get ready to read some super chats after this one's done. Thank you. My goodness.
But I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners
because
without
it's
getting
not
canceled.
true. Because it's just not true.
Isn't Washington known to have raped a bunch of his slaves? They basically all did. Not literally all, but like, yeah.
It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker T.
47. Let's see, 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you
Okay,
loved
well
your master?
maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like
okay.
a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
well, George Washington
was bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
She's literally having this conversation. She's just bad at it, and she's mad about it. You know, literally.
You mean not allowed?
That, but I mean, we're giving you the
platform. I mean, I got months of backlash for this. I'm now like, you guys are kind of trying to do a gotcha moment.
No. I didn't know about the backlash.
Like, you know,
I
I'm not really.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
Like, I had months.
I just want to know what you think.
Like, I had months of people. Like, you know, it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves. Like that's what they call like.
That's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Horrible.
But at the same time,
and like even the guy, and you know this because you watched the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just like you're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because the reaction you just watched was my former co-host who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I didn't know that. I promise.
So
I just wanted to get your take.
There.
Well, people say I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery. That's like a fringe.
I know. I want to know about you.
But I'm asking like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel's about?
I can only ask you things that are about. This is interesting.
The reason this is so weird to me is because like, so obviously she's a grifter. That's pretty much guaranteed as far as I'm concerned. But also she's a disgusting person. Like you can be both. It's not like you can sincerely be a bad person, but also grift your way through a ton of beliefs. Like Milo Yiannopoulos is a great example of this. But like she is so bad and so cowardly at defending her bad positions that I don't understand what the benefit was of grifting them to begin with. Like any far right person watching this is going to be looking at her and going, "What the fuck, Pearly? Like why the fuck? Like what do you like this seriously? Like you're going to look this weak?" Which I guess leads me to have to conclude that yeah, she's also retarded. So it really is the trifecta then. She's authentically, deliberately a bad person, and also a grifter, and she's also bad at it. God damn. It's the only thing that really makes sense.
I want to ask you about it. But I can only ask you things in a confined space about your channel?
You can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single...
Listen.
Her ex best friend exposing her as a grifter?
Individual struggled with her weight, and instead of doing something about it, she blamed it on me.
Hi, she's talking about me. So Hannah and I were friends from 2002 pre-K until last year when I stopped being friends with her. I'll show you pics. So that was 2005, and this was in 2016 when we lived together. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation
she looks like
we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, just kidding. And I still get videos of hers sent to me from people in high school I haven't talked to in forever, being like, is this your friend? Do you defend that? And I have to be like, no, cut her off a year ago. And she even came to know my friend group here in Michigan when I was still in college, and even tried to date 2 of them. Didn't work out. So they'll send stuff to me, and I watch it because I just want to see what bullshit she has to say next. And I have a theory about this. Not that it's literally any excuse that she's doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002. I do not think she thinks that way. If she does, fuck her all over again. I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views and to get more money. So all that to say, I'm curious to see once she does find a husband and find a man, is she going to keep this act up? Because is she going to find somebody that shares these exact views with her? Or is she going to meet someone and be like, okay, I don't actually think this way. Anyway, off topic. That last part of her video, she says, and now a year later, this girl is trying to get pregnant and she can't. And weight affects fertility.
Yeah, I feel like the most likely outcome is just she finds a guy, she has enough money, and she just like drops off the face of the internet, right? Because she would never want to be with a man who's a fan of her. You know what I mean? Like Lauren Southern did the same thing, didn't she? Like drop offline when she finds a guy and it's like, oh yeah, okay, we're done doing high tier like political disengagement. Because like in reality, I don't actually want like a schizo fucking Nazi husband, like the kind of guys who liked me. You know, I actually want like a normal person. This was like a good money tour. Thank you. Yeah, something like that.
I didn't know I was trying to get pregnant. I'm not. Now, when I last talked to her a year ago, that was my plan, to get pregnant this year with my husband. So I don't know if she has seen my page from like her siblings' accounts, because I don't follow her on anything and I'm private, but I still follow her siblings, and sees that I'm not pregnant yet. So she's assuming that I'm too fat to get pregnant. And like, how rude, because we really supported each other, like going through a weight loss journey together. I've also seen some clips of her YouTube channel, and she literally lies. She makes up stories or does not tell the truth about her family. So all this to say, she was lying about that whole story to get you revved up about her stupid ass point that she was trying to make. So don't believe her.
All right. Yeah, that all tracks pretty well, I think. That all fits. Man, I don't know if there's actually a point in continuing with this, because every time, like, not only is she not like being honest in defending her positions, she's not even defending her positions. I think it's about over, though. I guess we're at the very end, because it's about to move into a segment where she doesn't seem to be present. So yeah, let's finish this.
Pearl, to be totally fair, you could just say, I don't think slavery was embellished.
Like you were
like,
just
that's
talking
super
about,
easy. That's a layup for most people.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part. I was quoting.
If you're confused on her defensiveness about the slavery stuff, her audience includes a lot of black men who are genuinely upset with the Fuentes collab. Oh my God, that makes sense, because she has a huge overlap with Fresh and Fit, and as bad as the like black and Latino like misogyny grift circuit is on YouTube, they're not quite at the yes, I agree, we should have been slaves level yet. So, oh man, so she actually grifted her way into the wrong. Ah! That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah, that's why she's being so fucking defensive. No wonder. That's so fucking funny. It literally like the turning back to my audience with my hand on a dial named racism and turning it and looking back to see how they react and realizing I've turned it a little too far. I look back at a sea of very, very, very misogynistic black men glaring at me. Listen, okay? You cite Thomas Sowell to white people, not to black people. Thomas Sowell fucking hates black people. Do not say white people cite Thomas Sowell, okay?
Quoting a book.
So do you agree with his statement, though?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
There it is. Which parts?
Some parts.
No, please tell me which parts. Tell me.
I think that you can't. I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that's not embellished. That's known. There were literally tens of millions of slaves. It's statistically impossible that wouldn't be the case.
And there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore, slavery was embellished.
You know how this is going to go.
We've seen a movie about this.
You know I can't have this conversation without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just be red-pilled about it. Who is they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or someone?
The left.
The left.
Do they have parentheses around the they?
We've seen this.
I mean,
we
you
know.
even came in like you researched like my family. Like that's weird.
How's that weird? It's all public. It's stuff you talk.
The idea. Okay, it's just really funny to me. The idea of like some slaves had good relationships with their masters being some kind of like secret, like the Jews don't want you to say it thing, when a movie was made where the main antagonist was that kind of slave. Literally, like, oh yeah, dude, this is like the secret, top secret info, and like nobody's willing to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Tarantino just literally centers a blockbuster movie on that dynamic that everyone knows about now. God.
About. You literally talked about it. It's called preparation, which
No,
you clearly
I
done. No,
didn't. I didn't.
Like you
talk
literally
about
do
if my
no
mom-
preparation, and you talk
about.
like.
I didn't talk about if my mom was the president of like the company.
Where do we find that?
Find that on their
I
website.
just looked it up. I said I googled who are your
but that's
parents, and it popped right up.
Well, was Sam Jackson the main villain? Absolutely, 100% he was. Yes, he was narratively framed as the main villain for sure. He was. Yes, and that's the point. That's the point. Yeah.
Is that
they're
not
famous?
weird?
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a
He has
private
interviews
investigator.
on YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a little bit of research.
Public information.
Like let me bring.
Yeah. Candy, the Leonardo DiCaprio was just an idiot. He was just like a dull, blank, like establishment canvas. He was just a stupid, indignant, like just occupant for the existing system. Like he was just the concept of racism, you know? Whereas Samuel L. Jackson's character, the real evil in this case, was, now people misinterpret this. The real evil narratively in Django was not, oh, I guess actually the slaves were bad. No, of course not. That's idiotic. The real evil, the real harm, the thing that Stephen represents, that Samuel L. Jackson's character represents, is instead the complicity within the system, right? Like, Django was a slave, but what he did was he escaped, and then he fought back against it. He bought his freedom not with money, but with blood. And what Stephen did is accept a comfortable role of complacency within the system. He became a part of the mold. And that rot, that complicity, that's the thing that represents the ultimate antagonist. That's why Django's partner is a white man, Schultz. That's why, like, they're along together, because that's the contrast. You have a white man and a black man operating outside the system to retributively get justice for harms done, versus a dull blank canvas for racism alongside the willful intelligent, because Stephen is smart, complicity within it. Stephen is far smarter than Candy is. That's established in the film.
It's about your parents. To
You,
this
dude,
interview.
you
It's
knew
like-
you were coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
I
you're
know,
welcome
but I
to.
thought we were talking about the issues, not like my family.
We didn't talk about your family.
Family.
I was
Yeah,
not-
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're
Oh,
talking about.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No,
Be
I'm
red
asking.
pill.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash
I didn't.
got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea. Even though you got that from a video that my ex co-host made about me.
Right.
See, like this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash for something that
No,
you think.
but I'm
that
saying,
you
so
think.
you're like.
You
you're
think
not
that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
I said, I think it's a bit.
You talk about your parents all the time.
Django
you talk about
is
how your
good.
dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational
Did.
stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to
But I'm
talk
saying,
about
like you even just said.
Oh,
that
wait. Her dad has a barn? Oh, man. It's all coming together. The pieces falling into place.
you knew. Like, because you got that clip from an like.
Okay, who cares?
We're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
We
Let's
don't
say
care.
I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though because I have a show coming up. So.
okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like
She's got a dentist
You're
appointment.
just like,
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole diverse.
Thank you. I really appreciate you
It's
having
been a documentary,
me on.
Django
I'm
Unchained,
Bingo.
on it.
Thank you.
George,
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate. Okay,
Yeah, that's a dentist appointment right there. Yep, that's a dentist appointment. That was really funny. Okay. Fuck, we're past stream end time. I gotta read donos. Okay, Ethan did a really good job there, literally. Like, a lot of that was just Pearl fumbling because she was so cowardly and unwilling to talk about issues because she's grifting and doesn't care and she's just saying whatever. She's just saying things in the words of Ethan. But also because I think Ethan did a really good job tonally of managing the conversation. He's like selling her rope to hang herself with, you know? Don't like yell or like talk her down or whatever. Be kind of patronizing and let her draw out these arguments. Man, she looked terrible there. Like, really bad. I think that Ethan could have looked even better were it not for the fact that she looked so bad. Like, it's kind of like how it's hard to demonstrate the proficiency of a swordmaster when they're fighting against a chicken. You know, it's like there was the battlefield. It was over before it began, you know? But no, I think Ethan did a really good job there considering just the general deficiency on display. That's why it seems like he did better against Ollie, because Ollie did something, right? Pearl just seemed to like complain. Pearl was just complaining about the indignity of having to like explain her positions. You know? It's funny. Yeah. I guess if nothing else, it's a nice reminder of the fact that everyone bad who who disagrees with us is also dumb and a liar. Some might say pearl clutching. Yeah, she can't even do it that well too because she keeps like titter laughing, you know? It seems like the comments agree, and I completely agree, yeah. I really don't think she has that much internalized misogyny, though. I think it's far, far more likely that this is just like a scattering of shit she's throwing at the wall and a desperate effort to like prop up some kind of, persona or identity or get a lot of money or whatever else. I don't know. I mean, if it genuinely is self-hatred, I just don't think that reads with a lot of stuff personally. But, you know, I'm not magic. I can't read into people's minds. Either way, well done, Ethan. Seriously, well done. I'm going to read donos, but I'm going to hit this magical button first, because I have to pee anyway. I drank a lot of water. We got a lot of donos to read, too. Thank you, guys. Yoop. Okay, this happened while we were covering that debate. Guys, it's over, man. It's well and truly over. Holy shit. XQC has been bought by Kick for $100 million. How did they even get the capital? No shot. Dude. Gambling sites? Yeah, but $100 million's a lot of money, man. I don't know if this means that Kick is going to win out in the long run, but this looks so fucking bad for Twitch. It's like one of their biggest streamers. This is like, okay, Remember when Ninja got paid like $5 trillion to move on to like that one streaming website that existed for 5 seconds, and then he just grinded his days away for 5 Mixer? Yeah. Grinded his days away for like 5 viewers or whatever. Yeah. There's also rumors of money laundering by casino websites on Kick. Oh god, I'm sure. Kick was literally made so that like predatory gambling schemes could take root again. It's insane. Like it's a whole grift thing, you know? Does XQC do gambling streams? I forget. I don't forget. I just don't actually watch his streams. He used to? Okay, yep, and that's it. It's just there's a lot of money there. Yeah. How much would you sell your soul, streaming for? Yeah, I don't want to sound like a huge nerd or whatever, but I kind of make enough money to meet my needs. I just kind of want to make more people socialist. That's the main thing I care about. I don't know if I'd put that off, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'd like to make more money, but I'm certainly profit oriented in the sense that I wouldn't mind having like a shiny car, but yeah, I wouldn't sell. What if they offered you 100 million? Well, if they offered me 100 million, that would be enough money for me to create a political org with far more power and influence than my stream, right? Like I'd probably do like more with that, you know. So maybe, yeah. But it would be in the pursuit of a broader ideally, I don't think I would just like sit in that. I'd get bored. Twitch is fucking done. The big fishes are jumping ship. Oh, dude. Oh, fuck, bro. Oh my god. Oof. Yeah. I hate Kick, but like, dude, Twitch deserves this. Twitch is a horrible fucking platform. Did you guys see that recently they like made a Partner Plus program where you get a 70-30 split, but it's only available for 1,000 partners? There are over 40,000 partners on Twitch and tons of people who aren't partnered. And they've already had an unofficial 70-30 split negotiated in individual contracts with big streamers before. So it's like, hey, to really show you guys how much we care, we'll give you the same split that YouTube does, but only 1,000 of you, and also we'd already been doing this privately with a bunch of people based on individual negotiation anyway. It's so bad. Yeah, Kick's TOS is a lot looser. Yeah, I'm YouTube streaming, baby. I'm over here. The XQC deal is not exclusive, so he can still stream on Twitch. Oh, isn't that worse? Because then it's like XQC fucking... It like will duo stream for the non-gambling content, and it'll be like, hey, Twitch, and he's like over there too. That's worse. That's so arrogant. Oh, fuck. Because that's not even oppositional. Dual streaming isn't allowed on Twitch. Didn't they change that recently? Or they might... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's bad, man. It's not good. It's bad, even. They made it TOS now. Nobody can do it now, even non-affiliates. Oh, well, like, fuck Twitch, right? Literally, like, fuck Twitch. Twitch is a terrible fucking platform. Seriously. They changed it so nobody can? That is purely an anti-competitive practice. It's literally, Twitch was fine and they ruined it. YouTube streaming is a lot better. It really is. It's hard out there for a cracker. That's true. Always was anti-competitive. Yeah, but like, it's just gotten worse. Why don't you stream on Kick given you hate Twitch? But I hate Kick too. Are you in a contract with YouTube? Nope, YouTube doesn't ask anything of me. The only thing I have to do on YouTube is follow YouTube TOS. They don't have any kind of exclusivity expectation. Yeah, Twitch probably has the best back-end streaming infrastructure in some respects, but YouTube is caught up in a lot of ways. Do you think Hassan would jump ship? Probably not. If anything, the absence of XQC would increase his relative market share on Twitch, and I don't think he's implicated that much unless they start really going after like political content, which I guess they kind of have before. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he'll focus on staying on Twitch, I think. Is Kick super right-wing or just gambling streamers? Right now, Kick is the Wild West. There are far-right people there. There's a ton of gambling streams there. There are people just doing, like, insanely fucking sussy shit. It'll probably get smoothed out with time, and maybe eventually it'll be a platform that's, like, that I don't consider to be morally abhorrent, but considering it was made to, like, dupe people into gambling sites, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Like, that's where all the money is. Isn't Twitch already the Wild West? No, Twitch is not the Wild West. Twitch is like Weenie Hut Jr.'s ball pit. At least it's not Rumble, which is ran by the Truth Social guys. Yeah, it's not Rumble. What is YouTube then? YouTube's fine. I think the yeah, the only good thing that I have to say about Kick is that its ownership doesn't seem to be ideologically right-wing. They're just ideologically, like, laissez-faire to the extent that it makes them money. So while they may allow far-right shit and stuff we would consider, like, TOS violations, it's not because they prefer it. It's not like DLive or Rumble, where they lean into that specifically as a thing they want and prefer. But, you know. Yeah, Kick is a Twitch reskin, yeah. Wasn't Kick founded by neo-Nazis? No, it was by gambling corpos. What's the difference? There's a bit of a difference. Okay. I'm going to read these donos, and then I've got a skedaddle, folks. Let me run through the site donos first, knowing that I've got some big super chats. Rocket NB, thank you for the $30. Really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, just graduated with my bachelor's in aerospace engineering and turned 22. Wow, big day. Have $30 for my first paycheck. Been watching since 2020. Nice. Wow, paycheck in aerospace engineer. That's awesome. I hope it continues to work out for you. Seems like it's going pretty well. That's awesome. Happy birthday. Valiant Shadow, thank you for the 5. True, double KA. I'll have to wait for another day to talk about that. Thank you. Shellbell, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. True. Cyber Spiral, thanks the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to your first time watching live. I hope you had a good time. Sake, thanks the 4 tier 1 subs. Sorry, Vosh, even with that shirt unbuttoned that low and hair tousled, you look unimaginably straight. See, I don't think that's true. I think you're just being mean to me, Sake. The Shixinator and Loudermouths, thanks the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. I have not Loudermouths, and I have not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once. I keep meaning to. It just hasn't happened yet. Charlotte21, thanks the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Toro the Twat, thank you for the $20. VGG poll be like, Ist Michael Bailey ein Pädophiler? Ihre Meinung nach? Beautiful. Nice fucking meme. True! Listen, okay? The answer is yeah. Fill out the correct bubble. That's very good. Nice fucking meme. Caveman Food, thanks the $5. Really appreciate that. Yeah, the only reason the voting on mod things is being implemented is because they want to get, like, stooges in. Markinator and Tiger Fox King, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I don't know what that is, Tiger Fox Kings. I don't know what those are, Markinator. Sake, thanks the 4 tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Making Vosh V the fake sub go dark. Making OK Buddy Vouch a monthly thing. A weekly thing. Removing politics streams altogether. Moving drama streams altogether. Making OK Buddy Mark segments. Making every stream a gaming stream. Over Hassan's place as the #1 leftist streamer and doing his job. How am I a leftist streamer if there are no politics streams? Making OK Buddy Vouch a daily segment. Every day 40k lore dump. I'd be broke and destitute in a week. Also, what would there even be in OKBV if there were no like drama streams to piece them together, right? What would even be referenced? Jasmine Darlin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry inflation's kicking your butt. It's been pretty bad. Take care of yourself, okay? Renako DL, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being awesome. Keep up the work you've done for trans people. I'm sorry for the other night. I'm getting help and much better than I was. Love ya. Yeah, guys, Renako DL left some worrying dono messages the last stream. Renako DL, I guessed that your absence from the stream was you passing out to sleep. And I'm very happy to see that I was probably right. I'm very happy to hear that. Take care of yourself, and we are absolutely rooting for you. And if you need the money, then please don't donate to me. Thank you very, very much. Who was there for the end of Hi-Fi Rush? This is good, right? We want you to be good. Hey, Beetle Moses. Changed shirt much? Oh, yeah, I wore this shirt yesterday, and nobody knows except you because we did the recording yesterday, but I didn't do stream. What's up? Take care, Renako Dio. How long are you going to be gone next week? Shouldn't be too long. I'll fill you in once I know for sure. Rainbow, thank you for the $5. Anthropological paper on how inferior the nuclear paper is. Editorial perspective. What can we learn from hunter-gatherers about children's mental health? An evolutionary perspective. That is a based fucking title. Oh, it's from this year. That means I haven't read this one. Okay, well hold on. I'll keep that in my pocket then. That could be nice. Experts say Western parents should follow the lead of modern hunter-gatherer groups and see other adults not as babysitters but their partners to help bring up their kids. That's such a nice attitude to have. Doing pretty good, Beetle Moses. I think we've spent the entire stream railing against other people being pedophiles, which is a nice, thematic contrast to the rest of the internet where they spend their time railing about how I'm a pedophile. Poppy Diabolique, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And happy 42nd birthday. Looking good. I like your demon hair. Spooky. I've always wanted to get like a dark red streak in my hair. I gotta be inspired to. Looking good, feeling good. Happy birthday. Oh, gotcha, Tiger Fox King. Gotcha. Two Dad Smooching. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Oh my god, this technological boomer finally figured out how to gift random gifted subs. Effing finally. Pepe Hands, also F white names. Mug again. Thank you for adhering to, our 1984 chat censorship guidelines, even in the donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I always wanted to be clear. The charm and the appreciation that comes along with people donating as a public figure, not gone away in the slightest, okay? I've been doing this now for 4.5 years. Every donation, I know it means a lot coming from you guys. You have to care a lot about what I say, what I have to say, what I mean, what I've done for you specifically to donate, and it means the world to me, I will never be able to truly comprehend the scope and the gravity of the influence that I've had on so many people because human brains aren't good at that sort of thing, but I try to appreciate it as best as I can in the abstract. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. That's true, Annie. Carl Markey Marks, the tier 4 sub. I miss early 2000s internet like you wouldn't believe. See, I know about the early 2000s internet mostly from other people's accounts. I got online and really started spending time online around 7 or 8, maybe 9 or 10. And by that point, it was post 9/11. At that point, the internet had already changed. MySpace came about and already began like the social media centralization. But I do know a lot about the pre-then internet from other culture that I've seen kind of secondhand. I really do encourage you guys to take a look at Hypnospace Outlaw, by the way. I think it'll give you a kind of a surreal or maybe even like a sublime insight into the way things used to be. Look at this.
To new HypnoS. Select which.
Open for as long, little moron. Share this badge on your page if you agree that Zane sucks it.
This game was made with a lot of love. It's a detective puzzle game, if you can believe it, with one of the most consistent and appreciable aesthetics of any video game I've ever played. And I've played a lot of video games. I'm pretty good at them, says I. Now let me take a look at these here super chats. Hey, 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 hey. Beat all the Souls games, Soul Level 1, no magic, no summons, got every achievement, Hades, Hollow Knight, beat everything, highest difficulty. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, okay? Yeah, you parried in Tears of the Kingdom and in Hi-Fi Rush. Okay. My lips have itched like fuck today. I don't know why. Noxamillion with the $5. Vosh, can we make an academic journal for all your studies? Maybe one day. Romantic Legion, thanks the $5. Vosh, I have a friend who's wrong on trans issues. Union issues, leans right. The way you've capitalized the U in union makes me worry you're not referring to worker unions, but rather the union, as in the versus the Confederacy, and now I'm worried. Leans right on political issues. How can I convince him he's wrong? I recently made a video on how to convince people close to you when they are wrong that I recommend you take a look at. I don't remember which of my 2 YouTube channels my editors put it on, but it is a good it is a good video where I ramble for an hour. Sunshine, thanks the $5. Martyrdom to quell fascist behavior. Maybe. Martyrdom, unfortunately, does often have a role in quelling fascist uprisings, so I guess we'll see. Kieran Dave, thank you for the $5. Those power mods are also the folks directly responsible for the management and sale of fake Reddit account fleets to control visibility on their subs. Yeah, it's a fucking cabal. Yeah. Marin, thank you for the $5. Got any convos set up in the near future, debates or otherwise? Yes, I do. Eris385, thank you for the $5. Daniel Ellsberg, who leaked the Pentagon Papers, has passed at 92. Wow. That's very sad. But at 92, I mean, you know, you had a good run for it. And he certainly made his mark on the world. Colin Costco, thank you for the very kind $10. No, I've only seen 2 debates from Ethan. This one, the Ollie London one. Maxisemo1, thank you for the $10. Just a warning, if you hate when people sigh unnecessarily, you're going to want to blow your brains out by the end of this. I do, and I do. I wish I'd seen this earlier. I wish you'd warned me on my site, where I see donos more easily. Ryan Platt's the $2, such a drastic change from the energy in her vids. Yep. Randy, thank you for the $5. Enjoy the new Spider-Man movie you see tomorrow. It's really good. I really like it. It's really good. Rose Redux, the $5. Shoeonhead is 32 and looks younger than Pearl, who is 26. Vosh looks 40. Vosh hit the wall twin death. I don't look 40. My goodness. Oh, I gotta lose that weight so I can shave my beard and I'll show you all up, or potentially myself up. Yeah, Shu does look younger than Pearl, I would say. Kyoto Online, the $5. Vosh, the teen category was more popular when millennials were teens. Our generation now wants MILFs because we are Coomer-brained. It's possible, yeah. It's a theory. All right. Nadir Zaveri with the combined $500 in Super Chat dono money, dollary dues. Thank you so goddamn much. Split between 2 donos. Let me just read this a little bit. Some interesting information was just discovered, Vosh. It was just proven that MLK's harshest critique of Malcolm X, taken from the autobiography of Malcolm X, was actually fabricated. MLK gave a very neutral response when asked about Malcolm X. And who was the one who wrote that book? Alex Haley. That's interesting. I'll give that a look. Should be noted that I am broadly critical of Malcolm X for the period of time during which he was doing his Nation of Islam black separatism LARPing, but he did move away from that when he was older, before being killed by them. You know, the specific criticism, well, that's interesting. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that then. I'll make a note of that. Okay, make a mental note and also a text note. Thank you very much. And the second dono says, this debate proved that the alt-right and the right are the biggest proponents of identity politics. True! There's no way she would get any traction on the left. She lacks charisma and knowledge about anything, and she doesn't really believe in anything she says. The true definition of a grifter. No. Literally, for sure. Absolutely a grifter. And additionally, the id poll thing is right on the money. I think, like, you have to remember the right is obsessed with identity, constantly, nonstop. It's the only thing they talk about. There's no interest in talking about anything beyond that. Because it serves primarily as a vehicle for the grievance politics of people who have convinced themselves they're victims. In her case, bitter divorced men and young boys who fucking hate women, right? That stuff is very dangerous. And there aren't that many women in her position of prominence who appeal like to that level. I wonder if this debate's going to serve as a reminder to some of the people who previously liked her that she's just a like charismaless grifter, you know? Hopefully so. I like to believe people can improve in that respect. Nadia Zaveri, thank you so much for the 500. I really appreciate it. Seriously, it's incredibly kind of you. Gotta look at that Malcolm X things. Dream de la Meme. Nice name. Thanks to 666. Your discussions on trans issues helped me discover my identity, and I finally talked to my doctor this week. Thank you for your support. Hell yeah. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you for your support. And also, you did the hard work, not me, okay? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Apache2895 with a very kind $20. Donating to give the YouTube paleontology channel, Skeleton Crew, a shout out for doing a 12-hour charity live stream tomorrow to support the Trevor Project starting at 12 p.m. EST. I'm never awake that early. A great time for progressive dinosaur fans. Keep up the work. Really? Okay. Okay, you've piqued my curiosity just a little bit. Okay, people in YouTube chat are saying I look 40. Look at how smooth my forehead is. No, really. Look at how smooth my skin is. Come on. Yeah, I've got a beard. Yeah, I've got the curly mustache. Come on. I've never seen a 40-year-old with a forehead this smooth, all right? I don't need Botox right now. Oh, look at the ridges. Gone. Dead. Just like all of you are to me now that you're saying I look 40. Thank you. Skeleton Crew YouTube. Early 30s for me. I'll take that. Thank you. Oh, that's cute. I don't know why I expected a political bent. It literally is a paleontologist channel. You know, I'll be honest, I don't give a single shit about dinosaurs, and I'm only really interested in, historical research insofar as it affects humans and anthropology and the like. But this looks really cute. Yeah, well, it seems that they're going to be doing a live stream tomorrow. Do they have that scheduled? Is that listed scheduled? Not listed scheduled. But I believe them. You guys should take a look if you're interested. But dino nuggies are so tasty. They're actually not. Dino chicken nuggies are actually not that tasty. They're actually pretty near the worst. They taste like something you'd have alongside a Lunchable. The coating on them is flimsy and substantial. There's no crack to it. It's not good. There's far better coatings. Far better coatings. Wrong, they're made with love. Okay. Not to mention the meat paste inside them, yeah. Duckbringer, thanks the $5. I've been too hyper-focused to watch today, so take this. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Triacontahedron. I have my YouTube window made small so I can see the full viewer size chart on one thing on my second monitor. Hi Vosh, it's a short game you can complete in 1 or 2 streams, but I'd love to see you play Portal and or Portal 2 if you haven't already. Oh, sorry. I've played both of those games 2, maybe 3 times. I don't think I'd have much fun playing them on stream, to be honest, because it would be like there wouldn't be much organic puzzle solving. It would be like I enter the room and I'm like, there's a patch of wall right up there in the ceiling to the left. Yeah, boing, 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 you know. Once you've done a puzzle game, you've done a puzzle game. And Portal is memorable enough that even I remember the way it's all put together. Speedrun Portal? I'm not very good at speedrunning. Maybe like a half speedrun where it's like the best I can do. You know what I mean? Thanks, Two Dad Smooching. There are community test chambers, that's true. Speedrun Golem. Black Mesa? I've played Black Mesa on stream. I still think of GLaDOS in Portal whenever I hear like modern video games that try to have quirky writing, and it really, really makes me wish that writers were taken seriously. GLaDOS is such a memorable character that, like, she'll be a part of gaming history forever. And even, what's the little British dude in the second one? The annoying one. I found him annoying, and he does, like, soy Marvel tier-esque dialogue sometimes, but he does it so well that it's fine. I like it even. Wheatley, thank you. Cave Johnson also was kind of Reddit, but I liked it. It was just well written. If it's well written, it's well written. You know? It's difficult to make you care about a character. That's a very difficult thing to do. Yeah. I know Asmelia, yeah. Hi-Fi Rush's Marvel tier dialogue. I disagree. I think that I think that Hi-Fi Rush pulls off the quirk because the tone of the world effectively suits the way people engage with each other in the writing in the story, you know? My problem with Marvel has never been the quirky writing. It's been the fact that everyone is quirky in the same way. And also, there's these tonal, like jumps in between quirky Marvel writing and we're fighting to save the world. And it's not done in a way that keeps this consistent, like, bant going, you know? It's not like Fully Cooley or whatever, where you can have really high stakes that are done through a comedic lens, so you can have jokes happening while the world is about to end. My problem is that they're boring. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, that's the biggest crime, right? I agree the weakest mission in Hi-Fi Rush was the last one. I've played Blasphemous before with Bellabelle. I played System Shock 1 Remake and finished it. I'm currently on Death's Door, which is like an isometric Souls-like that I find enjoyable, though I think it could do for more of a unique selling point, in my personal opinion. Oh, I'm trying Hylix, which I immediately found kind of off-putting, but I want to do more with it. I have played Tunic, yes. And I used a guide to see the true ending of Tunic. I didn't use the guide until the very end, after I'd done, like, the not true ending. Like, because I was never going to go through all of the time to figure all that out on my own. Like, I was never going to do that, but I wanted to see it all. So I accepted the loss. And I use the guide. I've played Inscription. Tunic, I would consider Tunic to be a masterpiece, by the way. I would consider Tunic to be a masterpiece. So if you're interested in playing like an early Zelda-style game in an isometric perspective with a lot of like movement and perspective puzzles, I would consider it like a masterpiece. A reminder that if you're ever interested in seeing opinions that I've had on stuff that I have played or whatever, I try to keep an updated list here. It's not fully updated, but I'm working on it. In my Vosh Media Take document, exclamation point Media Takes, I finished Fashion Police Squad as well, which I thought was fun and quirky, but a little bit mechanically unsatisfying in a way that boomer shooters kind of need to be. So there are 4 games here that I have finished that I need to do the write-up for. I saw Spo 97, yeah. I have played Crosscode. Yes, Crosscode I'd consider a masterpiece. I really did not expect to like Crosscode so much because the art of Crosscode made me feel like Tumblr. I don't know, like it's like, oh, I'm playing like an RPG Maker game where people have added their OCs in as like pixel sprites or whatever. And then I played it and it was amazing. Sorry, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm saying. I went in thinking it would be a little soy pilled, and then I played it, and then it was amazing. You know, really difficult too. Very puzzle oriented. Heavy on the puzzles. Heavy on the combat. You can't be bad at those and just move your way through the story. You need to play the game to get through it. I just don't listen to music, Clint Southwood. I played the DLC epilogue for Crosscode. Yes, I did. Is this a lesbian game? Yes. Sapphics will like it. I'm glad you liked Cultic, Admiral Akbar. I loved Cultic. Yeah, I played it through on hard, then on very hard. Just a fantastic game. Yeah. I have not played Nascence, no. You gonna watch the new Superman show? Maybe. You've played Cult of the Lamb? Yes. Beat that in hardest difficulty. Signalis is so good. Extremely good. Yes. Which game is Sapphic? Crosscode. Lesbians will have fun. Yes, Hollow Knight is definitely a masterpiece, for sure. I'll play Hades too. I don't know if it'll be on stream. Oh, Signalis is Sapphic. Signalis isn't just like, oh, lesbians will like this. Signalis is dipped in lesbianism. No 5-star games? If I say something is a masterpiece, I'm saying it's a 5-star game. I think I'm going to retool the recommendation system a little bit. I think that because this isn't how I would rate the game, it's how I would recommend it, because that's why I'm writing it. So I think I'm going to have 1-star be, I don't recommend it. Like, I just don't think it's worth really looking at. 2 will be, here's a description of the game, kind of. If this is really your thing, maybe give it a look, but like, this isn't like a high priority or whatever. 3 will be like, this is a good game, so if this sounds nice, check it out. 4 will be like, I really think this is worth looking at, even if you're not necessarily inclined towards the stuff that I've described. And 5 is like, you just should play this game, or you should at least look into it, right? Like, if I think something's 5 stars, I mean like you just should play it. Period. Or at least look at it. Will you play Starfield? Almost certainly not. Have you played Celeste? Yes, and I would call that a masterpiece. Celeste is without a doubt in the top 5 platformer games ever made, or 2D platformers at the very least. Where would you put Hypnospace Outlaw? 4. I think it's really worth taking a look at, but it's also a very specific kind of game that will only appeal to some people, and I understand that, so I can't fairly call it a masterpiece, I don't think. I would also obviously put Pathologic 2 in as a masterpiece, and Disco Elysium, though these aren't on the list because I played those games both more than a year ago. I only started doing this Google document at the beginning of the year. I have not played Mibibli's Quest. I might play Hardspace Shipbreaker at some point. Why won't you play Starfield? I don't like fucking, look, this game will redefine media forever. Wow, look, space, blah, blah. I like games that have a mission and a purpose and do it well. Will Omori be on it? Man, I think Omori might be a 4-star, but I would consider giving it a masterpiece, even though that might be kind of Reddit of me. Simply because I feel like the emotional beats that it hits on are done so masterfully if you take the game seriously and don't just like meme and cream your way through it. Like, you know, but at the same time, like, you have to endure about 20 hours of RPG Maker tier gameplay with admittedly very well done RPG Maker tier gameplay to arrive at that point. But I was there the whole time. I was never bored with Omori. I've played Rain World, yes. Exclamation point, media takes, Flower Lilith. They should have cut the whale part. I liked the whale part. I think they should have cut the undersea part prior to the whale part. If there was anything I would cut, it would be that. The Shark Hotel. I still liked it, but that would be my cut. Glad the Rain World is becoming more popular. Yeah, look. I got this at SakuraCon, see? It's really, really cute. It's hard to see, but it's a green lizard, and then this is a pink little slug cat with a spear that's chained to him. I would have gotten a shirt as well, but they were out of the shirts by the time I got there. Slugcat? Slugcat is the protagonist of Rain World. Basically the best design ever. It really gets at the heart of what people want, you know? Really, really, truly, they understand what the people of the world are looking for, and that is a cat that is a slug. They have this really unique movement system in Rain World where everything is done like via kind of like internal movement physics. So if something has to run, it doesn't just like play run animation. All of its individual legs will try to move and stick to things to propel the main body forward. And it works for your dude as well. So see how there's this like organic leg catch on the edge right here? The technology is actually really good. You can see it as Slugcat moves around. God, get out of my way. See, look at how Slugcat moves around, see? It's really fluid. It's not just that the tail trails behind. It's the way that, like, the legs and arms, like, move over the surface dynamically adjusting to adjust the weight and proportion and everything. It's a very good game. It's a very difficult game. Look. Me. See, he's chasing a little bat. Me. Me. I wonder if it's hairy or slimy. Slugcat is a slug. He is slimy. It's a deceptively difficult game. Deceptively? This game rocked my balls. Did you get to the ending? I don't even know if I got to the ending. Yes, I'm enjoying Valhalla, Nanachi. It comes across a little bit soy to me, but I'm soy too, so, you know, whatever. Oh, we did, Vermin? We did get to the ending? Ah, I might have cheated to get there. By this point, I've forgotten everything, so if I replayed it, it would be, like, basically with no memory of what happens. Arcane Ally, thanks the $5. Happy to have made you a socialist, my friend. Power Surge, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Maybe. I haven't seen any DC movies. Jared, thanks the $5. Celeste is worth continuing to play. It's a really good game. Very, very good game. And Joe with the £5. Have you played Dead Cells? Yes. I've gotten to 4 cells. Past 4 cells, the game has gotten a little bit... See, the grind is a little bit annoying in Dead Cells, the cell farming you have to do. It's quite a difficult game. I don't like games like Oxygen Not Included, Admiral Akbar, for that reason exactly. I don't like tweaking with the system. This has been my big, like, problem. I actually really like city builder games, like City Skylines, but just building a city has no... I need intrinsic goals, you know? Which is why I kind of miss the old, like, Zoo Tycoon scenarios where you had a finite amount of time and money to get a very specific goal. I like that. I like the idea of working with that. The closest thing that I've ever seen to this done well in a city builder is Frostpunk, because Frostpunk is a city builder where you are on the fucking clock. And I kind of want to go back and replay Frostpunk, but Frostpunk 2 is supposed to come out soon, and I don't want to, like, tire myself out on 1 when 2's right around the corner. So, yeah, I'm waiting for Frostpunk 2. I've seen Satisfactory, yeah. Yeah, I've seen Against the Storm. I don't play early access games. I didn't play Factorio. I don't care to. I've seen too much of it. Don't really care to. I did play Dyson Sphere Program, which I found entertaining. Did you play Spec Ops The Line? Yes, I did. I've played They Are Billions and beaten many of its things on the hardest difficulty. I've also tried, what is it called? Against the Darkness? The other game that's like They Are Billions? Guys, I've played a lot of video games. I have played many video games. It is my preferred medium of thing. It's why I have strong opinions on it. Have I played Link's Awakening? Yes. I played the remaster on the Switch. I'm not sure Axiom of Choice. It was just at SakuraCon. It might be available online somewhere, but I don't know for. No. Don't Starve and Oxygen Not Included are both games that don't have a meaningful end. Also, Don't Starve... I've tried the game called Green Hell. I like survival games, but I do like feeling as though I'm mastering the environment. If I feel like I'm constantly running on a treadmill to replenish my resources and keep myself healthy, and I'm never really growing stronger, I'm just like treading or whatever. I get that feeling from some of these games, including Don't Starve. You can, of course, build a base with Don't Starve, but Don't Starve is never like... You never feel secure. Yeah, Subnautica is great, but it's mostly about exploration and not like combat mechanics or crafting. Is it worth it to buy Disco Elysium for $10? It would be worth it to buy Disco Elysium for $100. Disco Elysium is the best written game in video games, and you will be smarter for having played it. I actually mean that. I'm not overhyping it. It will literally enhance your brain. It is brain juice. It is worth buying it. Or pirate it or whatever because of the dev thing if you want to. Just get the game. Just get the game. Try Viscera cleanup detail. Nope. Sorry. Don't like those power wash simulator games. They're just boring to me, you know, like, oh, spend 2 hours cleaning up a room. There's no challenge. You just clean up the room. Yeah, no. Not my thing. I tried it though. I've tried it. I like CRPGs, but only if they're single player. The problem with Planetscape Torment is the same reason why I won't play Baldur's Gate, which is that I really don't like managing multiple dudes. This is the thing that made me hate playing Knights of the Old Republic too. The only game I could tolerate it in was Divinity Original Sin 2, which I would consider a masterpiece. Divinity 2, masterpiece. Masterpiece. Guys, Divinity 2 made me cry twice. For real. No exaggeration. It's a good-ass game. The writing in Divinity Original 2, they brought that shit up. They elevated that shit, and the game's fun to play, too. And also, it's like a 100-hour campaign. It's like a long game. What do you think of Team Fortress 2? Well, it's great. It's Team Fortress 2. Yes, I've played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Deeply flawed game. It's pretty great. Yeah, but yeah. Have I played Fear? No, but I know a lot about it. It's been on my playlist for a while. I mean to. Though I do get kind of jumpy to the horror stuff. Well, maybe Dream Canoe. Played Noida? Yeah, but not necessarily my thing. Don't tend to like roguelikes. Sorry, No Momo. We love you. Get off stream and eat. You're right. Sorry, guys. We did a lot of like, we didn't do much like meandering with the stream today, so I kind of, it was feeling chilling out a bit at the end. So here's what I'm going to do, folks, because I'm greedy and I hate you. I'm going to hit the money button one last time, and after I do that, you will realize that you're no longer looking at a Vosh stream. You're actually looking at a Dylan Burns TV stream, who, by the way, recorded a Russian war crime in Kherson just the other day. Dylan's got some shit to talk about, and I think you should listen. So I'm going to send you over there, but first, of course, I'm going to hit a button. Well, I guess I shouldn't do the host when it's playing for only like a third of the people watching. Da 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 da. Boop ba ba dee ba da ba doo ba dee beep boop ba ba doo ba ba doo ba da ba doo 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 boop boop ba dee da ba da dee da ba dee boo boo. Of course, Ryan. All right, I think that should be enough. Bye.